I would like to welcome our organizing chair, Dr. Anupam Agarwal, our conference chair, Professor Sujala D. Shetty, Director, BITS Pilani, Professor Shauri Banerjee, Director of IIIT Allahabad, Professor Mukul Sharad, and all our keynote speakers, Professor Marta Hanikovo, Dr. Yon, Dr. Sania Khan, and Dr. Catherine Kai. Can you please have on your stage? Can we also have Associate Dean AGSRD Professor Ramchandran on stage? Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Ashish Khanna to address the audience.
So as we are into new normal post-COVID, so we are actually organizing and conducting the conferences in offline and online mode. So this is new normal for arranging the what we say, the mic and all. So let us start with the conference. So good morning to all the dignitaries sitting on and off the dais. It is an honor and privilege to extend a very warm welcome to each of you at the second version of International Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Networking, that is ICAIN 2025, hosted at BITS PilaniDubai campus in collaboration with Indian Institute in Information Technology Allahabad and Universal Innovator. The first version of the ICAIN was organized at GTBIT or college under Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University at Delhi. In the current year, ICAIN, that is ICAIN 2025, has truly reflected its global stature by receiving 1,400 plus papers following a rigorous peer review process, and only around 20% of the papers are selected, which is a clear reflection of the conference commitment towards excellence and originality. Before moving further to the details of the conference, I wish to acknowledge the inspiring leadership of Professor Shauri Banerjee, Director of BITS Pilani Dubai campus, Professor Mukul Sharad, Director of IIIT Allahabad. Their continuous guidance and support has been instrumental to make ICAIN 2025 possible. My very special appreciation goes to Conference Chair, Professor Sujala D. Shetty, CSC Department, BITS Pilani Dubai campus, Dr. Ramchandran, Dean AUGST, and Professor Anupam Agarwal from IIIT Allahabad, Dean IIIT Allahabad, for their dedicated and committed role in ICAIN 2025. We very warmly welcome our keynote speakers, which have traveled from various parts of the globe to deliver their respective keynote speeches. I welcome Dr. Marta from VSTE University, Dr. Jan Velek from VSTE University, Czech Republic, that is in České. Other than that, Dr. Samaya Khan is with us from University of Southampton, Delhi, and Dr. Catherine Kai, who is Chief Data Scientist and AI Director from Cognizant, and she also represents Swiss School of Business Management, which is at Switzerland. Apart from that, I would also like to thank Dr. Kajal Sharma from BITS Pilani Dubai campus, Dr. Roman Daniel from VST University, again from České, Czech Republic, Professor Abhishek Swaroop, Dr. Zamil Ahmed, Dr. Moolchand Sharma, Dr. Simarpreet Singh for their tireless efforts in the successful execution of this conference. Some of the other details of ICAIN 2025 is that the papers will be published by prestigious Springer series of LNNS, that is Lecture Notes in Networks and Systems, which is Scopus, EI Compendex, and Web of Science Index. We also have some of the SCI and Scopus journals available on the website, where the best papers of the conference will be invited to be submitted for the further evaluation of the in the journals. Apart from that, the paper presentation is also going to happen. Apart from the ICAIN 2025, we have with us InnoStorm session. InnoStorm, that is an ideathon. We just tried to move a bit away from the conventional conferences and to avoid ideas. That is the starting point of the startups. As we all know that the intellectual property comes from the research papers, from the startups, or it also comes with the IPR. So this is one step towards innovation. And in this particular InnoStorm, we received around 54 ideas and only 12 ideas are shortlisted. For this particular IdeaStorm, I would like to thank the incubation cell of BITS PilaniDubai campus. And we will be having $1,000 prize for the first position, $500 for the second, and $250 for the third position. We also have Elevate X Awards in this particular conference, which will be given to some of the truly inspiring researchers and global leaders which have been shortlisted after the rigorous process. I would also like to extend my warm welcome to all the session chairs, authors, attendees, awardees, IdeaStorm students, and mentors who are attending the conference in offline and online mode. Finally, I would like to give my sincere gratitude to the student volunteers from BITS Pilani, Dubai campus, IIIT Allahabad, who has helped us in executing this conference wonderfully. Finally, I declare this conference as a success and welcome everyone again. And I would like that you enjoy the sessions. You see the campus. Dubai is a wonderful, beautiful place. You can explore everything over here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor Sujala to kindly felicitate him with memento. Dr. Ashish, can we have you on stage once again?
Now I'd like to welcome or represent one of our students for the prayer.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجن من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, the most compassionate, taught the Quran, created humanity and taught them speech. The sun and the moon travel with precision. The stars and the trees bow down in submission. As for the sky, he raised it high and set the balance of justice, so that you do not defraud the scales. Weigh with justice and do not give short measure. He laid out the earth for all beings. In it are fruit, palm trees and date stalks, and grains with husks and aromatic plants. Then which of your Lord's favors will you deny? He created humanity from sounding clay like pottery, and created jinn from smokeless flames of fire. Then which of your Lord's favors will you deny? He is the Lord of the two easts and the two wests. Then which of your Lord's favors will you deny? Thank you.
Thank you, Rukunuddin. Now, I would like to welcome our organizing chair, Dr. Anupam Agarwal, to address the gathering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to be associated with this conference. In fact, I am grateful to Dr. Ashish Khanna. Actually, he offered us to be co-organizer of this conference. So we are at IIIT Allahabad, which is known as Institute of National Importance. Full name is Indian Institute of Information Technology Allahabad. And we work together. We had a support team at IIIT Allahabad to send the call for papers, and we worked together. And we are happy that we received good amount of papers, more than 1,400 papers. And Dr. Khanna had a very good team for evaluating them, and whole thing is less than 20% around meeting the standards of a Springer. So our institute actually, just a little information about it, is established in 1999 by Government of India, and it is one of the 5 central government funded institute in India. And we are focusing on information technology in allied areas, and we are running courses, 3 BTech courses: BTech Information Technology, Business Informatics, and Electronics and Communication Engineering. Apart from that, we have MTech programs with 7 specializations covering different specializations, including robotics, human-computer interaction, wireless communication and computing, and information security, and many more. And apart from that, we have MBA department, and all we work together, and we have interdisciplinary applied sciences department, etc. We work together. So recently we celebrated our silver jubilee because we established in 1999. So this is very good. We have associated with BITS PilaniDubai campus in organizing this conference, and we wish that more greater cooperation in future. So regarding this conference theme, the conference is artificial intelligence and networking. This is an area which is very much required and which very much needed for future growth. I remember my initial work in this area when I was doing my graduation. I worked in natural language processing area with augmented natural graphs and other things. And then further, I worked on medical related expert system projects This is at IIT Madras. So I remember this humble journey, and we were rich. That time, artificial intelligence was just, you see, not so much having great applications which we have now. And I see the humble, actually, it's proliferation from very beginning, like when this artificial neural networks appeared around 1986 with backpropagation algorithm and multi-layer perceptron. It opened a new era, actually. And now we are seeing it's much more wider things in the form of machine learning and deep learning networks and simulating human brain, various kind of algorithms, supervised learning, semi-supervised learning, and unsupervised learning. And it is opening new areas. Like we are working in areas like, brain-computer interface. We are working in various health informatics domain using EEG signals and others. Apart from that, we are working in mental health diagnosis and health related areas, and we are using these upcoming technologies related to large language models, generative AI, and other things. So there is a great potential, and we hope that in this conference we will listen many more new ideas, particularly from our keynote speakers and authors from different papers. So I understand our participants will be benefited a lot, and I wish a great success to this conference, and I hope all of you will take benefit of it. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm words. I would request Professor Ramchandran to felicitate him with memento. Sir, can we please have you on stage again? Thank you, sir. Now I would like to welcome our conference chair, Professor Sujala D. Shetty, to address the gathering.
A very good morning to everyone gathered here. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Networking, ICAIN 2025. We're gathered here to explore two of the most transformative forces of our time: AI, which makes machines think, and networking, which helps them talk. And perhaps by the end of these sessions, we'd have taught them to collaborate even better. Over the next 2 days, we'll hear from leading researchers, industry experts, and innovators who are shaping the future of intelligent and connected systems. I encourage you all to engage, question, and connect, because some of the best ideas are born not just from presentations, but from conversations over coffee. A very warm welcome to our chief guest, Director Professor Mukul Sharath, Director, IIIT Allahabad. Thank you, sir. Organizing Chair, Professor Anupam Agarwal, IIIT Allahabad, Head of Interactive Technologies and Multimedia Research Group. So very warm welcome to you. To all our keynote speakers, Associate Professor, Professor Martha, Professor Yan, Professor Samia Khan, and Dr. Catherine Kine. Thank you to all the participants for your presence here. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our director, Professor Sauri Banerjee, for expressing his willingness in us co-hosting the conference. Professor Ramachandran, Associate Dean, Academic Graduate Studies and Research, for his unwavering support in getting all the required approvals well ahead of time. Dr. Ashish Khanna, Organizing Secretary, ICANN 2025, with whom I have exchanged numerous emails and messages over all the details of the conference. My organizing team, Professor Kajal Kansal, Professor Suyash Shukla, and Professor Hussain Chowdhury, for all their support in organizing this event. A big shout out to all the excellent volunteers from ACM, who were more than willing at every step to put their best foot forward. to Mr. Bashir and the facilities management team, without whom none of these arrangements would have been possible. To the IT team for having everything going smoothly. I look forward to an inspiring and insightful conference ahead. Welcome to all of you all once again, and hope you do have a good time. Thank you.
I would like to invite Dr. Ashish to felicitate ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to welcome our Director, BITS PilaniDubai campus, Professor Sauri Banerjee, to address the gathering.
The chief guest, Professor Mukul, Director, IIIT Allahabad. The organizing chair, Professor Anupam, IIIT Allahabad. Keynote speakers, delegates, industry specialists, participants across the globe, faculty colleagues, research scholars and students, and of course, Dr. Khanna. A very good morning to one and all, and a very warm welcome to this international conference on artificial intelligence and networking, ICAIN 2025. And who are present here in person, a very special welcome to BITS PilaniDubai campus. At the outset, let me congratulate the Department of Computer Science to organize this two-day conference. And I understand this is supported by IIIT Hyderabad and technologies. So it is befitting that we are celebrating the silver jubilee of this campus. We are committed to producing world-class computer scientists and advancing cutting-edge research. The conference aims to bring together innovative minds in the fields of computing and communication on a common platform. I am sure it will foster the exchange of scientific information among all present here who have joined also online, along with facilitating the transformation of fundamental research into institutional and industrial applications, as well as to convert applied research into real-time solutions. I have no doubt that ICAIN 2025 would help forge national and international collaboration and networking among universities and institutions, both in India and abroad, to advance ongoing and future research initiatives. I wish this conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
Now I request Professor Mukul Sharad to kindly felicitate sir with a memento. Sir, can we have both of you on stage? Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call up Professor Mukul Sharad, Director of IIIT Allahabad, and a guest of honor to address the gathering.
Good morning. Warm welcome, hearty greetings, namaskar. From Indian Institute of Information Technology, Allahabad, and Professor Mukul Sharad Sutaune. Mukul is my first name, Sharad is my father's name, Sutaune is my surname. We are really privileged and feeling proud today that we are associated with this organization. We are partners of this ICAIN 2025. Thanks to brain and heart behind this conference, Dr. Ashish sitting over here. Dignitaries on the dais, Professor Sauri, Professor Sujila, my colleague Professor Anupam, friends from Czech Republic, other delegates, and fellow researchers sitting in the of the dais. Very warm welcome again. As taking thread from Professor Anupam's small short speech, IIIT Allahabad, we are IIT in IT domain. IITs are the institutes of excellence in country of India. And then we are also a centrally funded Government of India owned institute, but in the domain of IT. So we receive students all across India who are highly meritorious. but we are a research-intensive institute, research-intensive university, and everything that relates with AI, we have embraced it. We have welcomed it with open arms and open brains. Okay. We have three working research groups in the domain of AI. One is natural language processing. So whatever models we have in AI, we are still refining it. So we work with AI models very extensively and very intensively. So starting from, as he rightly mentioned, MLP till today's recurrent neural networks, whatever. Okay, we deal with all model refining, model tweaking, pruning, weight initialization, bias, whatsoever. Okay, so we deal with NLP. So it's the application domain of AI in NLP. We are second, a very strong research group in computer vision, which is another highly celebrated domain of AI, computer vision and biometrics and bioinformatics. We have been working with generative adversarial network in that group, and then anything related to medical diagnostics, maybe genome sequencing. We are very strong at that, and the group of CV is also doing with generative multimodal AI. We are working in that group. Third is intelligent robotics. So we are into automation, industrial automation, and then dealing everything with autonomous mobility and making robotics more intelligent. We have three strong research groups working in the domain of AI. In the networking, started with all advents in 5G, typically into development of MIMO antenna systems. Today, we are working with the 6G, AI applied to 6G, and how the 6G networks will self-organize themselves. Okay, that's the way we are working in the research related to AI and networking. We are very strong in that. We are always open for collaborations, associations, and relations. We believe, we trust, we have a faith that this is not an era of working in silos. It is working together. Okay, coming together always is a great beginning, and being together, being networked, stayed connected, always helps us in enriching our research. We believe that today academic research is not enough. We trust and we rather mandate our students to convert a piece of their academic research, which is publishable, into a translational research. We take them to the next level of technology readiness, and we see to it that every PhD or MTech master's thesis has some kind of TRL associated with it. That's the kind of feature we wish them to add to their thesis also. We have a very nice ecosystem for entrepreneurship development there, and we see to it that all deep take academic research, applied research translates to some kind of professional commercial research. That we always see to it. We honor all such collaborations, Dr. Ashishji, and great thanks to you because you made us to connect with BITS Pilani Dubai campus, a great institute in the country next to IITs. And then both of us are 25 years old, Professor Saurabh. So we celebrated Silver Jubilee last year, and we also were very pleased to know that BITS Pilani Dubai campus is 25 years old. Great city. Guys, the delegates sitting on this side, you are the researchers. Researchers are knowledge creators, but knowledge creation cannot happen in isolation. Today is an era of knowledge co-creation. Let's come together, let's join hands, let's be together, stay connected, stay networked, and contribute to humanity in general. The last word from my side, we have just ventured into the domain of explainable AI. AI for humanity, AI for answerability, AI for accountability. We'll make every AI to make decision in favor or justify decision AI makes. We are into that, right? Let us commit together to the humanity that human intelligence will always remain a superpower, though AI comes, though AGI comes, though A super intelligence comes, though artificial emotional intelligence comes. Humans will be always a superpower because the created, the creation cannot challenge the creator. That's the way we have to commit today. I wish this conference all the success. Enjoy the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Sir, can we please have you? I request Professor Sauri Banerjee to felicitate our guest of honor.
Close the loop.
We're moving on to the proceedings launch. I would like to welcome everyone who's present on the dais along with Dr. Ashish for the proceedings launch.
And now we'll be having a short tea break of 20 minutes.
Hello, sir. सर जब प्रेजेंटेशन होंगी ना तो प्रेजेंटेशन जो कीनोट स्पीकर्स अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन देंगे तो प्लीज उसकी स्क्रीन आप पीपीटी की तरफ मूव करा देना। अभी राइट नाउ जितने भी हमारे स्पीकर्स थे एंड जो भी उसमें थे वो उनकी फोटोज दिखाई दे रही थी। we cannot able to see the podium basically. Sorry, we cannot see the stage. So it's request when the presentations are going on, the camera position must be to the PPT screen.
Now we can share the PPT from here.
Yeah. Hello.
Can we share the PPT from here? Share
No, it
screen.
will be keynotes are in the offline mode only.
अच्छा 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 ठीक है.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the online participants, we are having a tea break in an offline mode. So after the 20 minutes, we'll resume the session. Kindly be here in the meeting. Do not leave the meeting.
Okay.
For everybody who's here, kindly come forward. We'll have a group photo. Thank you. Yeah, it was supposed to be two talks and then there was a change. Yes, ma'am. Okay, it's not ready. We can go ahead with the group, the keynote. I think it'll take time. No, only 2 3 minutes. Yes.
website level, but at a level that can help the society. So can we have personalized XR therapeutic interventions for children with learning disabilities, elderly with dementia? And one of the key things that have underpinned most of my work is our technology works really, really well for an age group and a certain kind of people. And it doesn't work very well with anyone who falls outside of the bracket. So when I was working with one of the SMEs in Shropshire for a project around creating therapeutic interventions and identifying, diagnosing learning disabilities in children, XR devices are largely made for adults and not made for children, for that matter. We are making progress from an infrastructure point of view, but largely not very inclusive, not very, the diversity, inclusivity are superbly hit when it comes to technology. Now, this is one of the reasons why I work in this particular sector, because it's something very close to my heart. Because if we have to use AI for social good, then it should work for all, and it should work for the vulnerable sections of the society more than the normal sections of the society. So that's where I'm coming from, and that's the reason I work in this particular sector. Now, what I'm going to talk about today is rewriting the rules of AI with marginalized perspectives. So AI is disruptive. We all know it. We're using it all the time. It's something that's a part of our life. Whether you're on social media, even if you're not on social media, you are doing some sort of content personalization. You are interfacing with AI as a technology all the time. Now, whether that technology is working for you or not is something that we take for granted, in the sense that we assume that if it's a system, it will work 100% or it will not be biased. And I think that's the whole point of automation, isn't it? The whole point of automation and just pulling the human out of the loop was humans are biased. But as a result of what we've created in terms of AI, we have created systems that are biased because they just reflect our own prejudices. They're built on data, they're data-driven. The data is largely what we created. So ultimately, the bias is a part of AI. It's actually not very good to talk about the perils of AI in the first keynote of this conference, but I'll go ahead anyway, because this is one of, I think, one of the most important challenges that we need to address when it comes to using AI as a technology and the future of artificial intelligence for us. Because AI is not something that's impacting only the academic community, it impacts every single person walking on the road today. So it's something with a very, very high impact in terms of societal implications, and which is my driver for working in this sector. So I'll start with a very basic question. Have you ever experienced bias when it comes to technology? I'm sure everyone has. It's just that in a lot of ways, we just take it jokingly when Alexa does not understand your accent, or if you're trying to play a song in your car that uses Alexa and Alexa does not make any sense of what you just said, right? So we jokingly kind of say that, well, it does not understand me. But what underpins is something more serious, that it was trained on data sets that probably did not have your accent or had it in such minority that the technology is not equipped to cater to you. Now, although this is not something that's going to impact you heavily, so if your song is not played, it's not going to change your life in any which way. But there are serious implications in other sorts of applications that AI is powering today. So one of the few that I can cite is policing systems. So a lot of countries are coming up with AI-based policing systems. So the whole objective of the system is we want to ensure that resource allocation in specific areas within a city, within a county, within within an area for that matter, the resource allocation is done based on what predictions AI give us, right? So if AI says that, well, this is one area that's going to require a lot of policemen tomorrow because of a certain thing, we're going to do that. That's the sort of objective that most police organizations are looking at, and UK has been doing that. Now, when it started off, it's a great idea. You're pulling the human out of the picture, and it's not biased now, technically. But what happened in one of the studies that were done was the areas that had more blacks or more brown community in particularly white areas were targeted more than the rest of the areas. And then everyone was going back and asking the question, hey, why? I mean, it's not that the crime rate is more there. It's just that there are more policemen, and more policemen means more crimes are reported, which means you get into a sort of a circular loop that anything that's reinforcing itself within the system, AI works in feedback, right? So it's getting reinforced within the system for the system to make sense out of the thing that, well, this is the feature. AI is very simple. There are features. I identify this feature. There's a pattern. And if I can make sense of the pattern, then I know what to predict tomorrow, right? So if we look at the real world implication of this, there's a pattern. It just reinforced that pattern. But what that meant was there were people who had not done anything all of their lives, and they were implicated in or called for investigations, which is bias taking the ugliest form, right? The other example is a lot of applications of AI lie in the healthcare sector. So healthcare, I mean, we're obsessed with healthcare when it comes to tech. So whenever we want to use a technology, tell that it matters to the world or require investment for it, we test it in the healthcare sector because it's highly critical. If you can help people survive, live, that's all the difference we want to make to the world. But what happens with applications that are built on AI is, and I'll start with another example, then I'll take you to this example. So there was a very famous a launch for a facial recognition feature that was added to a phone. And this launch was done in the US. Now, all the people who were called for demoing the application were white men. So the claimed accuracy was in the 90s, 95%, 96%-ish. However, if you take the same system out of that comfort zone, you test it on other people, it does not work. So we classically know there's a research problem that most of the facial recognition systems fail in countries like Korea with Orientals. They don't work. So what I'm trying to say here is AI does not work for all, but AI must work for all for it to benefit the society, for achieving the goals that we are trying to achieve with it, which becomes really, really tricky with things like data collection, because one of the biggest arguments that's given in favor of the system working a particular way is certain countries have better data collection protocols and others don't, and we don't have the data, so we can't train the system. However, there's been progress, and I won't say it's all ugly in the world. There's been progress in the past where people are now trying to focus on the data sets that are diverse, that are inclusive, and they are sort of benchmarks. There are quality requirements in terms of EDI that a data set meets before it can actually be used for a practical application. Now, coming back to the healthcare application, one of the most common, and I think because there are a lot of researchers here, I'm pretty sure most of you would have worked on or heard of a research paper that talked about breast cancer detection using deep learning, using some sort of machine learning, etc. Now, if you do a quick literature review, you'll actually find that breast cancer solutions, deep learning based, machine learning based, they claim an accuracy of something like 99.8%-ish. It's really high. It's saturated in terms of a research field. So it works well, but it works well on a certain kind of population. Does not work well for all populations around the globe. So when these systems were imported into African countries, they did not work. The accuracy dropped to something like 55%, which is rather low. You're putting at stake the lives of people, real people, which is not really nice. So in such applications that are extremely critical, expect AI to not be the system that's not biased. It is a system that's biased because it's a system we created, and it's a system that just reinforces our biases and our prejudices. And all that we can do going forward is find this bias, make sure that we follow the protocols that are required to make sure that the data sets that go into our systems, that train our systems, meet the requirements of diversity and inclusion. Think about the marginalized sections of the society more than the majority or the population that it is created for. So pulling the context out of AI is what I'm going to talk about. So just to give you a quick example, it's a video. I'm not going to play it because I know the video thing might not work. But the whole point of this video is, I'm pretty sure all of you know about Scottish accent. So Scottish speak in a way that's impossible to understand even for Londoners sometimes. I'm not trying to pick on Scottish people. If there's anyone Scottish here, I'm really sorry. But what I'm trying to say is that people speak the same language differently, right? And if we decide to do something like this, which is installing IVRs for operations of lifts, or something as simple as, well, I will not be able to move my own lift because the system does not understand my language. So that's it's funny, but it's actually appalling, is what I'm trying to say. Now, the other thing that I would, there are quite a few images here. One of the images that I don't like at all is the one in the center, where soap dispensers in most Western countries do not work with brown skin. So they work brilliantly with white skin. They've learned to work with black skin, but they struggle with brown skin. So our technology, and it's not just related to AI or data science or extended reality or all of the premise that we work in, but it's at the very basic level. It just does what we do, essentially. So from a very technical perspective, what is it that we can do? Now, data sets, in a sense, do tell a story, which is very popular. I think it's a very popular quote these days that every data set tells a story. But the story is largely based on who's telling the story and what is the story being told for. So if the data set is collected for a very small section of a society, so for example, sampling, the basics of data science lie in statistics, right? And the basics of statistics lie in sampling, right? And the core principle of statistics when it comes to sampling is your sample should be best representative of the population. That's the only way your stats will work fine, right? If we build this up onto machine learning, AI, and all the different systems that we are training, then we can use a data set only if it is best representative of the population that the application is being created for. The problem with modern day applications is we no longer live in a world that's very country specific or people specific. It's largely global. You don't even know when applications transport from one country to another. There are, data sharing protocols like GDPR, etc. But still, most of these applications that we use, most of the applications used in India are not owned by India. Most of the applications that are used by a lot of Asian countries are not really owned by those countries. So it was precisely not created for you. It was created for another section of society, but you decided to use it. And you cannot work with the same accuracy levels that was claimed because the accuracy levels will now vary. There's something called test accuracy and there's something called validation accuracy, right? And the two are different. So when working with any AI application, and that's more of a plea than anything else, do make sure that you understand how the data sets are created. We generally do research in a manner where we download the data set. We focus on the tech side of things. We create a model, we make sure it's running. There is something to represent, some sort of result. However, very little effort goes into understanding how the data was created, what the data is representing, what is the sort of, from the tech side of things, we do look at the balance in demographics sometimes if it's required, but we don't largely look at the makeup, the composition of the data set, which is a sort of an open, I would say, a green field in terms of looking at what could possibly be the benchmarks that could decide whether the set is appropriate for an application. Can we define frameworks that can help us achieve that sort? We still do data reliability checks. We do things like credibility checks in the data set, but we do not do any sort of diversity inclusivity checks in the data set before deciding to use them for our applications. And should that be something that can be incorporated in the way data science, in the way AI, in the way all of these applications, because they largely work together nowadays, they're not standalone technologies anymore. But are there a set of frameworks that we can define for making sure that EDI is taken care of at the data set level and not forgotten until we look at the results and we realize, well, this did not work for this particular person because our data set did not have it. Okay, so these are just a few examples of how real applications, because governments are, the whole smart city revolution in the whole world has forced almost everybody to join the bandwagon of, well, let's do something smart. But it has its implications in the sense that if we look at any sort of applications that use citizen data, so if you're using citizen data to understand, a very, very simple example of this would be the telecom sector generally just opens or starts or implants towers in areas that have more users, right? Now, if we use AI to make predictions on where new towers should be installed, it will just reinforce the same thing, which means only the urban areas will be covered and rural areas will still be forgotten because that's what the system data has. The same goes true for citizen welfare, for citizen data, and using that citizen data for things like health insurance, for making lives better for citizens in terms of, even if it's something like traffic monitoring and stuff. But what happens is the data that you're collecting, the data that we're collecting from smartwatches and using them to for AI applications, you are assuming that every user in the world has a smartwatch. However, smartwatch is something that can be owned only by people who belong to a certain section of the society, which means that the data is from the marginalized part of the society is not there. And we are making predictions on diseases and diagnostics of complex things like cancer based on data that we've collected from a very small section of society, the privileged section of the society in a way. If we go into the nuances of the data we collect and how we use it, the implications are, they can be pretty heavy. not just in healthcare, but also in citizen welfare in general. Then the other thing is about image data sets. I think there was a lot of hue and cry some time ago about the whole AI image trend that social media had started. So a brilliant way for all of these LLMs to collect image data from everybody and is that you said that you agree I mean, it's implicit consent. You said that they're happy for you to use your images and then convert them and use this labeled data for whatever they want to do in life. So image data sets, again, there are only a section of users that use generative AI. Most of it is subscription based, so you're expecting people with a certain level of academic expertise or a certain level of education or socioeconomic level to use generative AI. What that means is that the data that they have for training their models also belongs to only that class of people. And someone walking on the road and who is actually impacted by AI has not contributed anything to AI, which is a very, very tricky thing. So there have been a lot of discussion around ethics in data science, and can we really use things like the conventional, traditional, contemporary ethical theories to assess if we are actually going wrong somewhere with AI or with data science or with all of these technologies put together. I mean, I would not like to say AI is wrong. I think most of these technologies now work hand in hand, even without us knowing. So most of these things work together. AI is largely data-driven, so data science is not different than AI. AI is, yes, if you look at the conceptual side of things, and you might want to argue that, well, we're talking about mathematical models that are going to create AI models for any sort of predictions. But all in all, from a user perspective, all of these are working together. Now, going back into the ethical theories and the philosophy side of things, contemporary philosophy for us hasn't really evolved a lot in the last few decades. So we're still working with philosophy that dates back to Aristotle in some cases. But talking about the new challenges that these technologies have brought into the picture, there is also a need to come up with ethical frameworks that can help us build onto contemporary philosophy, contemporary ethical theories, and come up with a sort of ethical framework that can help us decide whether a particular application is, judged against fairness, against utility. So if we talk about the general conventional ethical frameworks, they're two very popular. One is the deontological framework, which is if it's right, even if it hurts somebody. And the other is utility-based consequentialism, where I will look at the utility, and even if it hurts some people, as long as it has got utility in the future, we'll still go ahead with the application. But these are two very, very broad, big ethical theories that I don't think the current technological sector particularly works very well with. There are other issues with ethics in data science, which include things like if your self-driven car hits a person who dies, who is accountable? So is our judiciary equipped to make decisions based on, if you don't see a person there, who's going to get the ticket, who's going to go to jail, who is accountable? Who is the person who's going to take responsibility? So tech is brilliant, but in order to get the tech into the market, there's just so much else that needs to be done from a social science perspective, from a judiciary perspective, from an ethics perspective, and that is what makes data science so interdisciplinary. It cannot be just the techies leading it, because techies can do a brilliant job at getting 100% accuracy, but they don't do a brilliant job at making sure that it works for everybody and works fairly, justly with everybody. So the kinds of things and the kinds of, I would say, broad research areas that pull out of this discussion is we need to have accountability and transparency mechanisms. We need to look at ethical audits for AI in general and for specific applications, because it's going to be very, very different for different applications. It has to be. tackled differently. The other thing is around consent. So although European Union has a sort of a consent mechanism, they do follow a very structured approach when it comes to consent. However, it's got loopholes. I mean, GDPR has its own drawbacks. But then there's a large part of this world that does not have any sort of regulatory framework around how to take consent, or whether a consent is required or not, or is it a legal requirement or not. Now, this becomes challenging in view of the fact that we are largely in operating in a global scenario where no application is bound by boundaries. What that means is most of it, even if you take it outside of a region, the legislation needs to be there in order to make sure that consent is taken from the participants. If you're collecting data, they know about it. They know when it's going to be, where it is going to be stored. Now, for a large part of our lives, we've known that if I am storing a picture, I'm uploading a picture on Facebook, it probably goes to a data center in Africa or maybe Asia, or maybe, I don't know, maybe America. I don't even know where it's going to sit, right? However, as somebody who owns that data, shouldn't you have the right to know where it's sitting? Because it's the jurisdiction of that country that will decide what can be done with that data and where it can be taken and for how long can it be used. So all of those frameworks around the use of and because adoptability or adoption of all of these technologies will continue to remain a challenge, because right now we're working on that sort of a system. It's largely, you know, we software engineers like prototyping. So we made a prototype, released it into the market, see if it works. If it doesn't, it'll come back to us. We'll fix the bugs. We'll send it out again. So let's launch a beta version, then an alpha, then an alpha plus, alpha plus plus. But in the sector that we're currently working with is not something that we are very experienced with. We're not social scientists. We don't know how the social science side of things work. However, as computer scientists of today, I think it's extremely important for people to understand the social science side of things as well, because the impact that your solution can have on the society largely is going to be defined by all of these different factors that are very country specific, that are very people specific. And that is why the solutions that you develop should also be very people and human centered. So, well, not some of the research that has recently been happening around making sure the data sets are inclusive enough, and I mean, not all of that in this world. So there've been a few projects like Project Impact and Google AI that have incorporated data sets from different parts of the world, come up with a global sort of accuracy standard. However, this is very specific to this application. So what I would like you to maybe think about, no matter which sector you're working in, please think about what could possibly be the benchmarks for your applications working not just at a local contextual level, but at a global level. So if your system had to be transported to another country, maybe a tribal land in another part of the world, do you think your system will work and work just as well? Can you claim the accuracy of 99% even then? So try and comment on the diversity and the applicability of your research as you move it from one geographic location to another. Another one, and this is a very, I would say, a very classical example of AI being used for social good. So AI is being used for reinventing, repopularizing languages that were largely lost post-colonization, as we moved on, as we evolved as the world. And AI is now being used to reinvent those, rediscover those, and use it, particularly for the population that sees it as their heritage, as their culture. So let's not just use AI for the popular things, use AI also for things that fall into the AI for social good sector. So with that, I would basically just close it and say that that's a general plea that I make to everybody, that we're brilliant researchers, we make brilliant solutions, but please do think about the impact of your solutions, because this can go a real long way when it comes to adoption, and it can actually lead to serious implications for people you don't even know. So with that, on that note, I would close my presentation. Thank you very much. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. From the audience, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask.
Go on.
Suppose we are creating a, let's say, classification model or something like that, right? Now, there may be certain section of the society that may be very, very small in number, okay? So sometimes, we have to create a synthetic observations so that there are minimal number of observations or representing that a particular section in the data set, right? But then the moment we do that, the sample, you can say, ceases to become a true representative of the population. So what do you think about this? To what extent?
I'm not a fan of synthetic data generation, to be honest. I see a lot of people generating data from ChatGPT these days for AI applications. Not really a fan of that, because what are you creating the application for? It's supposed to be used for a real world application, but the data that you used to train it was not real world. Right? So I'm not really a fan of synthetic data generation, and I don't think your solutions are reliable if you're using synthetic data generation, because they're practically things that don't exist, right? You just created them out of imagination. So from a core data science perspective, I would discourage, that's what I do with my PhD students. I discourage the use of synthetic data as much as possible. It's painstaking, it's difficult to get real data. It might sometimes not even be possible, but if you're doing something, rather do it well than do it badly, I would say, if that makes sense. Yeah? That's it.
Do we have any more other questions?
Thanks for your wonderful presentation. I have only one question, is that the data set which you are referring, the main focus is to analyze the data, whatever it may be, image or text data, number, whatever it may be. Did you face any challenges during the data analysis part? Like, sometimes we may expect more accuracy when you're analyzing the data. With that perspective, your analysis part is good, but you failure to achieve the good accuracy. Okay, maybe due to some various AI model reasons and that. Did you face such kind of challenges?
So that's exactly the point I'm making. We as computer scientists, I mean, this is called the statisticians, where we like to represent data that we like. We like to put you would, if you're writing a research paper, all that you're focusing on is getting good accuracy.
Yeah.
Whether that accuracy is good in all respects, whether it's good enough for adoption, it doesn't matter, right? But that is what I'm saying, that going forward, because considering the scale at which AI is being used, I think that's a mandatory statement that should be included in research papers. And well, this is the accuracy, but what's the context? Did you use synthetic data? Did you use real data? If you use real data, what was the demographics of the data? Because we largely focus on the modeling side of things. We actually do not focus. Download a CSV, use it for analysis and present the results. That's not ideally the way that data science should actually be done, because ultimately you're creating something for the population. And if it does not make sense to the population, even if the accuracy is 100%, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Do we have any more questions? Oh, yes.
So we have a lot of research papers based on data augmentation. Then in line with the use synthetic data also. So what is your opinion on those research works?
So data augmentation is slightly different, I would say, in the sense that you're still using some data. I mean, the simplest form of data augmentation is bootstrapping, if you've heard of it, right? In Excel, that we do at the very basic level. But in order to do bootstrapping, you should have some real samples. You can't do it on completely fake data. It has to be based on something real, right? When you augment an image, it's the same image in different angles, different perspectives, different filters. Data is real. Right? The underlying data is real. However, you've changed the features of the data just a bit. I mean, the features that don't matter so much, right? So data augmentation is still and will always remain a valid form of data generation. However, having completely synthetic data that has no grounding should ideally not be used for data science applications.
What is the role of GAN models in data augmentation?
So GAN is one of the models that you use for data augmentation. It's now being used for a range of data. I mean, initially it was used only for image data. Now you use it for gene expression data, all kinds of data. My PhD student is actually working on using GAN-based augmentation for gene expression data.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Do we have any more questions? Thank you so much for that insightful session. Your emphasis on inclusivity offered a valuable perspective and left us with much to think about. Thank you, ma'am.
Now I would like to request Professor Mukul to kindly come on stage and felicitate ma'am with the memento. Now, I would welcome our second keynote speaker, Dr. Catherine Kine. She is a multi-award winner in AI applied to business. She started her career in 1999 in the quality engineering of international communication, mobile networks at Siemens. Later on, she developed complete vehicle functions for ADAS, engine management, steering, braking, cockpit infotainment, and autonomous driving at several automotive suppliers such as Bosch, ZF-TRW, and Magneti Marelli, and at automotive OEMs such as BMW in Munich, Mercedes-Benz car in Sindelfingen, and Audi at Ingolstadt. She was the senior research scientist in AI for the Volkswagen Group in Wolfsburg. She currently is the chief data scientist and AI director for Cognizant in the global growth market, technical editor of CRC Press and Springer Nature, a volunteer mentor for the Kalai Initiative with ICT, a guest lecturer at the University of Asker in Norway and University of New Delhi, an author and co-author for technical books in autonomous systems and data. She has a doctorate in AI applied to business from SSBM Geneva and the Faculty of Business from the University of Zagreb, an MBA in AI from the University of Cumbria, MSc in Computer Science and Software Engineering from the University of Hertfordshire, and a Master's of Art in Leading Innovation and Change from York St. John, a PG Diploma from Columbia University in Digitalization, Leadership, and PG Diploma from MIT USA in System Engineering. I welcome you, ma'am, and I request you to address the gathering.
No, it's not gonna work. Okay. No, I cannot use it. It's blocked. Well, I need Wi-Fi. No, it's not gonna work because my laptop copies and blocks USBs, so I can't use it. So I need Wi-Fi. And then I can send it. I can email it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry for this. And then if you could type your email, please. I need to send to you right now. You could type your email, please. What do you need? That would be here. There. Yes, right? Zachariah?
Yeah.
What? Minus? So I need to close it. So
Just take time. It takes some time.
yeah, it got sent. So sent, it was sent. Is it correct?
Yes, very top, it's hyphen Pilani, not easy, dot VNS.
Maybe because it's so big, it takes. It's 20 megabytes. So do you accept 20 megabytes?
It takes.
There is no limit.
Yeah, showing this send items, which is showing in send items.
Yeah, it's in sent items.
Then you should resume it.
Send me right attachments. And I have no failure. Sometimes if it's too big, it sends a failure.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't know it was the one coming next.
Is the only.
Can you go on presentation mode? Because they can see it.
Got it. It's done. Done.
Yeah, but they cannot see it here, so and then I need that presentation mode.
Yes.
Yes. So, hello. Sorry about that. And I always like to say that is the reason why we're not getting Terminator 2 coming to kill us soon. Yeah, there's always IT. But I like to do an exercise with all of you so that you understand what I'm talking about when I talk about quantum computing. So if y'all would raise, y'all stand up, please, and then shake the person next to you's hand and smile at them, please. Come on, that's how I always like to do all my teaching assignments. With me, you gotta work. So please face the other person next to you or behind you and shake their hand and smile at them. Thank you very much. Now, please sit down. And now I want you all to close your eyes. Please don't fall asleep. And then visualize that person. Now open your eyes and now raise your hands. Can you all see that? Could you all see that person smiling? Wonderful. You're quantum entangled now. That means that you're always united on that moment forever. No matter what happens tomorrow, that moment, nobody can take it away from you. Do you all agree with me? So that is exactly what happens in quantum mechanics and entanglement. You have two photons that they get stimulated so that they both have exactly the same state. That means they're both ones and they're both zeros at the same time. And then once the stimulate ends, they collapse either in a 0 or a 1, and that's what we can measure. And I know that my previous colleague doesn't like synthetic data. I'm the total opposite, and I'm going to tell you why. And why it is important to use quantum leap. Yeah? That means quantum computer to navigate the new frontier, and why synthetic data is important here. And number one, I just wanted to demystify quantum computing and the foundations for you. Another property, they have to be on absolute zero. Yeah, that's around near 0 Kelvin. Another thing is that there is different layers to a quantum computer. Yeah? So a quantum computer has the hardware layer, which is highly unpredictable. So we have on the latest one that we have built at the ETH in Zurich in Switzerland, where I'm from, I come from Switzerland. It has 61% to 49%. I mean, 61% that we know the state in which the qubit, as we call this particular state quantum computing, based on quantum mechanics, that we know exactly the state that it is in. That means it's got a high error rate compared to normal computers. So that's why we need the lower layer to measure what's going on. And then we need what would be the OS system that is actually telling us and doing what would be the secondary analysis of what's going on. Think about this. There's 4 high-performance computers in parallel simulating the 4 states of both of the qubits at the same time. And then we also simulate the same collapsing, and we give them both the same task. Yeah, 2 + 2 = 4. And if both come with exactly the same thing, we know, okay, what's coming out of the quantum computer is something we can trust. But the point is, what happens when you have the incredible performance of a quantum computer? So just that, to give you an idea what happens in a quantum computer, you can web scrap and analyze all of the internet as we have it today, yeah, within 1 week. If we were using conventional computers, that would take us up to 100 years or more. Yeah, so that is the amount of power of computer performance that you can have. Another thing is that here that we see is that when a quantum computer meets artificial intelligence, we come into a new paradigm shift. That means we get closer to AGI. AGI, just to define it really fast in the room, is an artificial intelligence that has exactly the same capabilities as a human. I always like to say Data from Star Trek, for whoever has seen it, yeah? Or maybe for the Star Wars fans, R2-D2, yeah, the 3CPU, that's an AGI. An ASI, an artificial superior intelligence, yeah? That means a computer that is able to see and everything and be able to execute itself and move independently from having a landing zone and having a connection. That would be very much like the latest sci-fi movie from Tom Cruise, if anyone has seen The Final Reckoning or the one before. Yeah, we're still 30, 50 years away from ASI. But the moment that we get into the next leap of quantum computer, we might get in closer there. So what is one of the reasons why we need synthetic data here and why it is fueling the quantum area? That's what I would like to mention, and why it's important to integrate this in this particular perspective. What you see here is a quantum computer, yeah, the one in the middle right there. It's about the size of a 3-story house. Yeah, as you can see in the encasing, yeah, in this particular area, yeah, that is into absolute zero. So we are here stimulating the photons. On the second layer, all we're doing is that we are measuring the collapsing. And the next layer is simply making the analysis if all the materials are in a particular state. Yeah, so this is absolute zero. We need to ensure that everything is working well. That's why I tell all my students, after they finish studying computer science, please study materials engineer, please study mathematics, please study physics, so that we can resize this to this size. And imagine what we can do once we get it done. And at some point in time, their laptop that we're holding in our hands, at some point in time of our day, yeah, used to be also the size of a house in the 50s, for example. And then you're going to see, well, what are the computers besides? Yes, they're high-powered computers, and that's what I mentioned. Those are the servers that are creating an emulation, a simulation of what is happening precisely in the middle, so that we are able to give it a reliability level, so that we know once we can trust exactly what it's doing. So I'm not going to get too mathematic here because I know this is a keynote, not a teaching lesson. But when we have a qubit, as I mentioned, it's a byte which has all states at the same time, and they have a superposition. That means they can still exist in multiple states at the same time. So it's to go back into the exercise that we did. You'll both can close your eyes and you can see each other. Can you imagine yourself smiling? Yeah, who can close their eyes and see themselves smiling? And who can close their eyes and see the other person that smiled at you and shake your hand smiling? And try to do them both at the same time. And that is qubits in superposition. Yeah? That means they exist in different states exactly at the same time. Entanglement, I already mentioned. But when we come here and we bring this together, and we have new types of computational models. And this is new types of mathematics. And anyone that's still studying computer science and thinks, well, vibe coding just killed my job, AI just killed my job because agentic AI is just simply going to do all these different applications and there's no more need for me to be a data engineer, a data scientist, an AI scientist. Well, we have not been able to research not even 1.3% of the mathematics that we need in quantum computer science. So that's why I always welcome anyone that wants to join my team of PhDs and postdocs to continue, because these are new type of properties, new type of computational models, and they are able to solve problems pretty fast. So I already give you an example. I'm just going to give you two because this can be quite complex. There's Shor's algorithms. Yeah? It enables efficient factoring of large numbers. And just to give you an example how fast it is. Who has used two-factor authentication? Yeah? Either in a bank or at school? Yes? Our quantum computer in Zurich can crack this within less than a minute. ESA RSA that would take 87 to 81 years for a conventional HPC computer to crack takes less than 1 minute in a quantum computer. That means that the Shor's algorithm deems RSA ESA standard cryptography completely obsolete. And this already exists today. So yeah, so every single bank, and I've already mentioned this when we advise banks, I tell them to have a PQC strategy. And that's where I'm coming to why is synthetic data here important? If we only have, so far, less than 2% of all the mathematical models, how do we know what else could it be? So we need to do a simulation, and simulation is synthetic data. We need to simulate what would be a cryptographic attack. And for that, we need what would be an ethical code principles, and of course a red team. But for that, we need to simulate that data. And here is where synthetic data makes a lot of sense. Because we don't want to have the bad guys to come inside your bank, yeah, and try then to do a new type of stealing the vault. Now we have also Grover's algorithm. Yeah, Grover's algorithm provides quadratic speedup searching on sorted databases. This is, yeah, for the ones that are interested in ethical hacking, this is like brute force for trying to get a password on steroids. So if anybody of you know how the blockchain works and how a crypto key works, yeah, the type of changes that happens in every single second or millisecond to get a change of a key, and then you need two pairs of keys, and then you need a single blockchain analysis and identification to be able to crack this. Grover, if you were using a conventional computer, it will take you 1,000 years plus to crack, yeah, a blockchain crypto key. If you're using Grover's algorithm in our quantum computer from Zurich, it takes you 1 hour. So imagine, that's why it's not good that this is now possible, but that's why it becomes good to know that now we need the new type of paradigm of mathematics research for the cryptography of the future. So all the computer scientists here that want to become ethical hackers, that are interested in cybersecurity, here you've got a completely new research field where we need you. So there's quantum computer advantages. Of course, is the bad guys can use it to steal the vault. It can also be used to protect banks, to protect entire mechanisms, to protect, for example, what would be educational systems, energy systems from malicious attacks. So of course, there's current limitations I mentioned, the challenges in the quantum hardware, because we struggle with qubit coherence. Qubit coherence, as I mentioned, is how do you know if the result is something that you can trust? Has the high error rates and limited scalability. So at the moment, we have a qubit around 2,400 in storage. We're one of the very few in the world. Mostly all NATO nations have gotten them. For example, in India, India has also invested over $5 billion on creating new quantum computers, and they were able to create in several different type of institution qubit computers of 240 bits. So those are not the big ones that can crack still, for example, like cryptokey, but they're getting closer. And another point is that why is it important that also the universities have it right now? Why? Because we still need to advance their research in error correction. So there's new error correction techniques that are needed to improve quantum computation reliability and stability. And as I already mentioned, we need new type of designs in material engineering, and of course then on the enhancements on how to bring what would be mechanics from the physics part, the mathematics, the material engineering, and the computer engineering part. So what is one of the problems that we have right now? And one of the problems that we have, and we're going to see it, is that the Earth doesn't have enough space for data centers, and we also don't have the energy for all those data centers. And so 1 petabyte of data uses 100,000 kilowatt hours. That is enough energy to power a village of around 15,000 people. 1 petabyte. Imagine. So we need to have new types of computer engineering in order to be able to process high amounts of data with using less type of energy. So in this case, it's quite important then to move into what would be the next type of generation. Another thing is lack of scalability. So how many data centers we will need if the data that we're producing is at a rampant scale. And so every single day alone through agentic AI, we're producing 70 to 81% more data every single day. So each of us is going to produce around 5 petabytes of data every single year starting from 2026. If you're starting to use agentic AI and producing and benefiting from agentic AI, even though you might not know it, precisely because of the particular processes that the applications are doing behind. And there's also a lot of maintenance difficulties. Some of my students think, well, will vibe coding steal my job? And I can tell you all, no, because it's just to create first an MVP or what appears to be, think of it, an idea, but it still needs to be productionized. We still need the vibe coding fixers, we still need the vibe coder productionizers, full stacks engineers in order to improve those particular applications, because they're only to show an example. But what we can do also with quantum, so we can speed up the training. We can do training of mathematical models in AI within seconds. What would usually would have taken days, months, of years in a conventional computer. So we can accelerate all sorts of new type of finding on the problems. That means failing in a massive scale and learning the results on a massive scale in regards to a high speed up. That means improved model performance. And by using the quantum principles of integration, as already mentioned, entanglement superposition, you have, like I said, not just tries, not 4 times, you have got about 10,000 times the performance capability of a common computer. So that means computational efficiency and also model expressiveness. The synthetic type of data that you create with quantum computer, it goes to NM probabilities of variation, volume, and also on the type. So yes, it's something that's artificial, but it's allowing you to discover new type, what would be environments that with a common computer would not be possible. And as I mentioned, in the case of cryptography, it makes a lot of sense. So what else we can do? For example, right now, we all have to learn how to use an AI, prompt engineering. The future that's very, very near, 5 to 10 years, is human-centered AI, context-based AI, AI that understands our intent, what I call intent AI. I just published a recent paper on this. That means the AI has to learn to communicate with us, so that just like we talk to someone else and mention it something without needing to give extra interpretation, I mean, if people come from similar cultures, similar languages, of course, the same way that the computer, means the AI application, should react. It allows us to optimize problems and be able then to research simply by using NLP, similar to Jarvis or the starter computer. So as I already mentioned here, the synthetic data purpose here is to simulate while maintaining individual privacy and security. So we can also use it for example, precision medicine. So imagine we can simulate what would be particular diseases and microbes, and then, for example, execute your particular genetic code to create precise medicine or personalized medicine. And this is something that is very relevant because less than 20% of all medicines and treatments are also being tested and checked if they are also effective for young women, girls, and also elderly. So for here, there's still quite a lot of particularly side effects that are unknown. And then of course, for quality assurance of this regard. So we see that when a vaccine gets simply not tested enough because it needed to be put into the market really fast as it happened in COVID, there were a lot of different type of repercussions that were unknown. Imagine if they have used quantum computing and annealing to be able to test all N+N parameters in different kind of what would be genomes, genders, particularly races and subject types. That would have considerably maybe nullify any kind of side effects. And it also can be used for data augmentation here. And the way to do this, for example, is to do scenario testing, as I mentioned in cryptography, but also it can reduce the bias of data. It's able then to interact, and then you can give it a particular area that you want it to look. So for example, to be able to create the variety in the volume on a particular group. As you can see, this also enhance the capability of training models, be it what would be volume models, for example, videos like Sora, etc., in order to produce a particular set of reality that is needed again for simulation, not to take anybody's jobs. And as I already mentioned, the bad guys, of course, if they had a quantum computer, they're still, fortunately enough, very expensive and very big. They can be used again for privacy protection to create new type of what would be encryption mechanisms, and also be able then to help us bring about ethical concerns and analysis on ethical concerns. For example, issues on transparency, potential misuse, and accountability on right now the deepfake world that we live in. How do we know now with models like Sora if something is real or not? New AI models that are able to reproduce human voice and weren't able to recognize it. We have come into the AI area of no trust. That means now humans have to prove they're human because we don't know if what we see online is an AI or not. So there might be different type of mathematical ways to recognize if something is true data from the real world or a particular deepfake. So tackling complex problems, I already mentioned this. So here is a call for action. And so we still are in the early research of quantum processor integration. So we already have some that are working on, and we already have these three use cases that I mentioned. So banking, cryptography, and life sciences. But we need new type of analysis, a new type of mathematics, as well as new type of electrical engineers that know computer science, that know quantum computing, that are also wanting to work on research with us. The same thing for creating synthetic data workflows and cross-sector applications. That means the type of research that we need is from multidisciplinary researchers, as I mentioned, material engineering, physics, etc., that are able to help us scale the particular use cases. And this is so complex that this is not a task that one institution, one set institution, not even one country can do on its own. So again, it should be an interest for all of us because of the technical and ethical challenges, but also for the transformative potential that it has. Yeah, it can create a new set of jobs. How many of you have heard that through AI, they say, well, 40% of all jobs will not be needed anymore? I hear that in almost every second conference of AI. By having this, we are able then to research and collaborate and create new type of roles and new type of jobs that don't exist right now, and bring, for at least for our children, my daughter is 11. I worry for her. She wants to study design if she's going to have a job whenever she's my age. So, but I tell her, if you know design, research, synthetic data, and quantum computing, then you have a new niche that nobody else can. So in conclusion, yes, quantum computing introduces new computational capabilities that can enhance AI performance. The synthetic data role here is for the simulation of complex environments where data scarcity is there, as well as privacy issues, and generating artificial yet realistic data sets for training are not possible. As I mentioned, the complex PQC, so cryptographic quantum computer attack, and also the AI landscape transformation. The synergy of both can create so many positive use cases, as well as reshape the research, as well as new applications from AI, enabling more advanced and impactful technological advancements and bringing about new jobs for the future for the younger generation. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the insightful session on quantum computing, AI, and synthetic data. Your talk offered a profound understanding of these emerging topics. Now, I would like to open the floor to the audience. Do any of you have any questions?
And there are questions from the online audience, if you can answer.
Hello, ma'am. Thanks for the presentation. It was nice to hear. Ma'am, my question is basically related to 2FA that you talked about in the very start. So if 2FA is cracked, most of the exchanges, if I talk about cryptocurrency, international exchanges, they all are using 2FA, and millions of dollars stored in that exchanges. So is it possible to crack that 2FA and enter into that exchange and steal the money?
Yes, of course. If someone with criminal energy had access to a real quantum computer with at least 550 qubits, yes.
But they claim that they are very secure. So how it's possible? How you can relate to this?
I already mentioned, because Robert's algorithms, I would need to get into the deep mathematics. Yeah, but as I mentioned, it's able to execute all the different computations all at once. But because of the performance that it's happening, what would take several years, it takes the different performance states within minutes. So imagine that you have around 1 trillion Spark virtual machines running at the same time with the most, let's say, with ESA and RSSE together, be able to impose them all together and have them execute the result within less than a minute. And just to give you an example, I mean, that would take good a week, but when a quantum computer with at least 550 qubits, it takes less than an hour.
And one more question, and how you can relate to the hardware wallets? So the people are claiming that hardware wallets are more secure.
Which?
Hardware wallets.
Hardware?
Wallets.
Oh, okay. In that case, it's a little bit different, yeah, but nevertheless, that's where quantum and AI come together. So you would have an AI model in which you would explain the particular, let's say, constitution of the circuit. Yeah, you would give it exactly how it was, let's say, configured to be able then to store what would be a particular key. And the AI model, because it is running in a quantum computer, using synthetic data, can use all the NM permutations to find the result, to find something. It just emulates being different type, like tens of thousands of different type of hardware, and emulates and gives you the result. And that's, for example, Grover's algorithm. And so it's, like I said, it's oversimplified, but it would be like a brute force attack, even on hardware, but there you need this set of AI models to do the simulation.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Dr. Catherine. Thank you so much for that wonderful talk.
There are some questions. Oh, okay. Just one question from the chat. Where can we learn and apply quantum computing if we want to? And qubits of measuring are lost. So how can we create AI models if data can be stored with accuracy? Now, I'll go to the number 2. So yes, they're not lost. Yes, I mentioned, yeah, the photons are stimulated and then they collapse in the last state. And that's what we have. We have the measurements of the last state. And the measurements of the last state is what gets stored. And those we can accurately measure. So, and again, we have also the diverse redundant analysis to the quality assurance of the volume calculation. Where you can learn quantum computing at my university, Swiss School of Business and Management, Geneva. But also there's MIT, other universities worldwide. Just do a Google search. I think there's over 17 different institutions offering a quantum computing course. But I'm doing free marketing. I'm a fan lab. Yeah, next question.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Catherine. Thank you so much for the enriching talk. So my questions are twofold. Like 20 years back when I started using GPUs for my experimentation, they were readily available. But over a period of time, if I request an H100 or H200, because of the too high a demand by virtue of AI coming into picture, today there's a dearth of graphics processing units also. Considering that it is with the scalability, the kind of machines that you are demanding are very high end, hence, and we know that there's a dearth of silicon in the world. So we have lesser and lesser chips right now, which makes it difficult for us to even scale the algorithms that we have written now. So first question, when you spoke about quantum processing units having an issue of scalability right now, do you think that the availability of underlying hardware supporting this kind of computing is going to be a challenge in the future? And if yes, how are the scalability challenges going to be addressed? Or is there some kind of research already being conducted so that we don't face the same bottleneck as we are facing in case of GPUs unavailability or not being easily accessible?
No, there isn't. So if you want to do a postdoc or a PhD with me on that, please come. And the limitation is if we don't have as I said, the multidisciplinary research scientists. Yeah, what we need in our team is someone that is a material engineering expert in metals, that knows what would be hardware engineering, that understands physics, but is also a software and a computer scientist. And this multidisciplinary researcher, that's the multidisciplinary researcher of the future. So for whoever wants to continue in academia, Yeah, so please do those masters, those PhDs. I have 3 masters, by the way, and I have 2 bachelors. Because that is what you need, and it's not enough. Yeah? So that's why I bring my team very diverse and the smartest minds that I can have and surround myself. Because as I mentioned, there's so many incognitous, particularly the limitation is not on the material, we have the material. What we don't have is how to evolve that. Yeah? So just to give you an analogy, and it might be false, yeah, so don't quote me on this, we're in 1952 in quantum computing, as conventional computers were back then. Yeah? But as I mentioned, yeah, even though the computers were the size of this room, we were able to find the materials engineering, the hardware engineers, the electrical engineers that were, and all the computer scientists and all the geniuses that help us reduce it to the size of my palm. Yeah? This is the same thing. And so this is a new area that it might not be in the focus of a lot, but it is the focus that I always bring to the younger generation. Yeah? That this is the new type of, let's say, researchers that we need. So that everyone doesn't get spurred with vibe coding and AI taking your jobs. we still need you. And then of course the mathematicians. There's not enough. Thank you. Very good question.
Do we have any other question?
So good morning, ma'am. So it was a nice presentation presented by you. I have a doubt about the quantum computing, like using often sensitive or authentic information, like quantum computing blockchain authentication protocol using decentralization system against post quantum attacks. Because the post quantum attack is done by using Stores or Grover's algorithm, like it is much more faster and complex, as you mentioned in your PPT. So how we can going to be overcome and bypass this problem, because it's not a trend of the future, it's happening right now in the industry. So how we can overcome, because it's they able to encrypt any particular security system by using quadratic equation, because they are fast right now. So how we can overcome those and what are the preventive measures?
Yeah, I don't want to do my teaching lesson on that, but I'll try to summarize what I usually also teach. Number one is there's already a PQC frameworks, yeah, so against malicious quantum computing attacks. One is from NIST and the other is from UNESCO, that is the European Association for Cybersecurity. And we start with what is a framework that's called risk assessment. Very similar, this is you would do a red team to do a cybersecurity assessment, or as a CISA expert, where you're auditing ICT systems, looking at different landing zones, looking at the hardware, looking at the configuration, same story. You do first a risk assessment. And then from the risk assessment results, you create what would be the roadmap as to which areas or which, let's say, measures you want to take in place. Which ones you do by processes, by creating a manual process. That means all sensitive data being really on edge, yeah, and just having physical people accessing it. It becomes a bureaucratic wall, but it's let's say sometimes the only sensible wall when it has its own energy and it's completely separate from the grid. So grid-off-based systems. The other one is that also banks get themselves then a quantum computer that is also able to create the counter encryption mechanisms. What is called the PQC encryption form data strategy. And also to use then the synthetic data in order to simulate all these different kind of M+M scenarios. And only through scenario management, failing a lot. Yeah? So if you have a high failure rate, it allows you to see which areas of your particularly PQC strategy are not working. Yeah? So that you know how to protect yourselves from attacks and what would be, like I said, I only presented 2 quantum computer algorithms. There's a lot more. Yeah? And there's other ones that can be used exactly for that, to build a barrier. And just to give an example is if you can imagine several rings. Yeah? So think of like a gear system. I don't know if any one of you have driven manual cars. I did, I come from that. But you can see different gear systems and they all are changing and they're, let's say, pulling what would be a different number every single nanosecond. And imagine that, but also in parallel several times. And also simulating what would be the real result. So when someone will attack you, they will think that they have come inside, but it's a synthetic environment. It's false. They're not really inside the bank. It looks to them like the bank. it feels like the bank, but it's a simulation of the bank. And then because you still have, let's say, around 1 to 5 nanoseconds to react, and you can close the vault and put everything on edge. And that's what we do at the moment. But like I said, that's one format. There's many others, but it depends on the risk assessment strategy.
Can we, by using of blockchain authentication protocol and any security layers we use?
No. Those are really easy to bypass.
Okay, thank
you. Do we have any more questions?
Except if they're super biometric. That's why Dubai scans your iris. It's still very difficult to let's say, deepfake your iris or anybody's iris. So that the only way would be, like I said, is the edge computer which biometric information. So those vaults are pretty much like Minority Report. He has to scan the eye, scan the finger, and then do a complete 3D assessment of the person, not just the voice. So it's multi-biometrics, and it's on an edge computer. So that is what it's done. And only certain people have access. That's the only authentication.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now invite Dr. Anupam Agarwal and Dr. Kajal Kansal to kindly felicitate ma'am with the momentum.
Just actually say before Dr. Catherine can go from here from the stage. Dr. Catherine is the kind of interface between the industry and the research. So we thank her, like she's representing Cognizant, and I want to share with you that around 40,000 people around the globe reports to her. And she's into so much of projects. So I have met her, I think 2 to 3 times, and I'm really thankful to her. We need definitely people like her who are actually becoming an interface between the industry and the education. Because education, we all professors are working in one direction, that is fine, but what are the needs of the industry that is majorly required? And she has done her PhD, and she's based in Switzerland right now, although I think she's from Germany. So the thing is, she's a kind of global leader right now with us and guiding us. She's telling that what is exactly happening in the industry, and she's here from in our conferences. Like I also wanted to share certain things, like as I am also representing Universal Innovator. Universal Innovator is into a lot of international conferences, like we are doing at London, that is ICAIN. I can see some faces who have already visited our conferences at various locations, like London. We have with us our dear friends like Professor Jan is here, Dr. Marta is here, Dr. Roman is there. They are from VST University, that is at CESTE Budapest. Next month in November, we are going to Czech Republic for the international conference, and that also has a lot of collaborations from multiple universities, from Canada Institute of Technology, from Czech Republic, the University of VST is there, from Ukrainian universities there. So a lot of international conferences are happening. We invite you to submit one of your papers. In February, we are doing one conference that is one of the best conference of ours, that is an international conference on computing and communication, that is ICICC. That will be in the 9th year into the running. So these are the conferences, and please be part of the conference. We are also developing one parallel CMT,
That is, we are not just into conferences or doing research. We have done Where Startup Meets Investor program also, where 22 startups got funding in 2020. So again, we have started connecting to the startup community through this ideathon, and I really thank to BITS PilaniDubai campus that although it will be a nascent stage, but still, like what I generally feel is that the research is the center stage, and like intellectual property, startup community, and obviously the researchers, they all have the common thread because they are thinking, they are innovating. So they need some kind of place where their research or their idea, now if it is an intellectual property, if it has some kind of what we say commercial angle is there, then we are moving to the patent side. So we have also done one conference on patents. That is, to the best of my knowledge, we did. That is the first conference on patents, international conference on patents towards patents, idea and innovation towards patents. We did that with Indira Gandhi Technical University for Women, where 60 patents got registered, and out of that, around 20 got patented also. So we are moving bit by bit. We are trying to connecting to the research community, and what we are trying is we are trying to create some templates so that all the other researchers, because see, we all are like family, isn't it? So we have so many experienced people over there. So we should be shifting towards unconventional conferences where different kind of like intellectual property, startup community, and workshops, these things can be done or executed at one place. So that because being a professor, being a teacher, we are the generators. We build the future. So that is the thing. As we are trying our bit as a universal innovator. Thank you, Dr. Catherine, again for coming here. In the networking session, you can connect to her. She has a lot of projects, especially students. And this is the actual reason why the conferences are being done. Obviously, we have a destination to enjoy, but still, this networking, like this, we can grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please download my co-author paper on synthetic data. I published our research with our think tank at the World Economic Forum. It's free for everybody. But I'll be very interested to get also your feedback.
I would like to now introduce our keynote speaker 3, Associate Professor Marta Harničarová. She was born in Prešov, Slovakia. She graduated from the Technical University of Košice, Faculty of Manufacturing Technologies in Prešov, where she completed her PhD in Mechanical Engineering and Materials. Currently, she serves as a researcher at the Department of Electrical Engineering, Automation, and Informatics at the Slovak University of Agriculture in Nitra, and as an assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the Institute of Technology and Business in České Budějovice, Czech Republic. Her research focuses on the metrology of surface quality of materials generated by various technological processes and on the management and optimization of progressive technologies aimed at enhancing the surface layer quality after laser machining. This involves independent measurement, analysis, interpretation, comparison, verification of geometric parameters of surface topography and residual surface stress in both conventional and advanced machining technologies. I welcome you, ma'am, and request you to address the gathering.
I would also like to welcome our fourth keynote speaker, Professor Jan Walešek. Jan Walešek was born in Uhersk Hradišť, Czech Republic. He graduated from VSB Technical University of Ostrava, Faculty of Mining and Geology, with a focus on applied physics of materials. In 2004, he completed his PhD at the same university in the field of automation of technological processes. He later earned his associate professorship in 2008 at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, specializing in control of machines and processes. His research primarily focuses on surface topography the development of analytical methods for surface characterization, and mathematical modeling of stress deformation state of materials cut by rigid and flexible tools. He also works on identifying the physical and mechanical properties of materials based on their surface topography. Dr. Walishek has received several prestigious awards, including the Main Siemens Award for Research in 2007 for his work on non-destructive control of mechanical parameters, primarily the yield strength of cold-rolled materials, and the Main Siemens Award for Research in 2008 for his contributions to automated control of hydroabrasive material cutting technology. In addition, he secured third place in 2009 Innovator Solutions Competition for outstanding work in product or technology innovation during the European Year of Creativity and Innovation. I would request you, sir, to come and address the gathering. Please welcome them on stage with a round of applause.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marta Haničerová. I came from Czech Republic. My colleague and also boss is Jan Walíček. We came from České Budějovice, from the Institute of Technology and Business. And also we are researchers working in Slovakia at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering at the Slovak Agricultural University. So thank you very much, Dr. Ashish, for your invitation to be a keynote speaker. This is my first time, so sorry, I am a bit nervous. I am not sure if my topic or our topic will fit your specialization. When Dr. Ashish asked me to be a keynote speaker, my answer was immediately to reject it, just because I wasn't sure if I can explain you how I can connect AI with our topic or our specialization. My specialization, as it was mentioned before, are progressive technologies. Mainly, I'm dealing with laser cutting technology or now welding technologies. And Professor Walíček, as I am a mechanical engineer, Professor Walíček is an applied physicist of materials. So we are a combination of something. And now we are representing, I'm laughing, digital twins. So we would like to, or we are excited to share with you how artificial intelligence is revolutionizing this nice technology, we have a lot of working on. So this presentation is about how advanced prediction models are transforming industrial cutting. So I will start shortly with this technology. I'm not sure if you are if here in this room are some mechanical engineers. If not, I will really briefly and in easy way explain what this technology is or how does it look like. As you can see on this right side of this slide, there is a ultra high pressure water, which is mixed with really tiny but hard particles that creates a really versatile and perfect suitable cutting tool for many materials. So we can cut not only soft materials, but we can cut steels, titanium, and we can go also, for example, to cut bulletproof glass, what's really important to mention. And just because, if you can see, there is a water, there is no thermal damage, no thermal stress. So the question was how to connect our technology, abrasive water jet cutting, with artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence plays here or acts here as the brain of the entire process. The role or the function is to optimize, to predict cutting parameters, or for example, to create digital twins, to enable real-time adapting control. So the point of it is to get so accurate models so we can optimize the technology as best as we can. So for example, at this time, we can reduce time of setting technical parameters up to 84%. Okay, also we have to minimize waste material because it's all connected with economy. We can increase cutting speed because cutting speed is one of the most important aspects for this technology by 50%. So it's really brilliant. And of course, all of it is connected with money, and we can lower the money to 30%. And as it was mentioned at the beginning, Professor Valicek is dealing with surface quality. So this is what we are going to tell you today. We will speak about something, maybe it will be a little bit bored for you or boring for you because it's supposed to be not a teaching or pedagogical presentation, but without this, I cannot move to the point of this presentation or this keynote speaking presentation. I would start it with the history, how the predictive models, especially for this technology, looks like. So let's start back to 80s year. So from 70 to 80s, we can call so-called Stone Age. This was really important beginning of this using this technology, just because first industries tried to adapt this technology. And Dr. Hashish, I'm not sure if you have ever heard about this name, was one of the most, and is one of the most known, a favorite researcher, who was the firstly who added these small abrasive particles into the stream of water. This was like beginning of revolution. So after few years, we got to the calculator area. So with the advent of computers and also calculators, new first simple formula started, but it was based only on trial and errors. It was fine, it was beginning, but it was not optimal, but it was better than to have nothing. Between 19 and 20 to near going close to the millennium, statistics comes to the role. So we've got more complex mathematics models, with more precision, accurate prediction. After 2000 to 2020, we can say that this was like a big jump in the evolution of this technology, because the first neural networks came to the market or came to the world, trying to mimic the human brain and to trying to learn it from the data. Between 2010 and 2020, it was like a date of AI with physics. This is actually what we are doing. So this is the point we will speak today. We've got two very important words, physics and AI. So we created, no we, but new hybrid models have been developed. And in the present, we are here till many digital twins are developed, trying to create autonomous systems. So they are like virtual copies of physical machines. Okay, so hybrid models. This is what we will speak today about it. If you can imagine the situation, you have a brilliant student who knows really good physical laws from the textbooks, from schools, but also he has really pretty good experience from practice. So he can also learn his experience and to learn it like together. So this is like a combination of physical laws with data-driven learning. It's not like any AI black boxes are, because they are working with real data, with real experience data. So, and the point of this is that we've got physically, this is really important to mention, physically meaningful outputs. We can't interpret it really nice. So we've got really good results. Without physics, we cannot work. So the prediction accuracy has been improved compared to the traditional methods by 27% of it. So to understand a little bit this technology in micro world, or I would say in micro scale, we're supposed to a little bit speak about what's going on between this technology and the material. So first of all, the most important force which is acting on the material is tangential force. This is the effective force, we call it, because it removes material. Then we have also normal force that causes deformation, but it is limited. I will explain later why. And the point of is to get as much high ratio between tangential and normal force, so we can get really efficient cutting with less deformation. So this is like what we are going to reach, or we are trying to reach, through the optimization of this ratio. Because we have to optimize many parameters like pressure, abrasive flow, traverse speed, and also we have to count with material properties and material condition before we will make any hybrid AI model. If you imagine, we can connect, or we can compare this technology on micro scale to the statics of a bridge. So forces which are acting in the material creates microfractures that propagate through the materials, and there can then separate it. So the aim, or the main aim of this using artificial intelligence is this, in this case, is to find the optimal distribution of these forces for different materials. It's like to have a brilliant engineer who can make a distribution of these forces in such a way that we've got the best cut without a huge or strong deformation of the material. When we are teaching, some students never understand or have some problems to understand this technology in point of view of forces. So we decided to explain them a little bit in a little bit funny way. I'm sure you have seen box or boxing match. So we try to explain it in this way. If you imagine a boxing match where one punch goes straight to the face, what happened? If I will punch his face directly, I am sure he will go step back. But if I will use tangential force, it's like I will knock out him. This is the sense of distribution of forces in this process. So it is mentioned at the table, we have to keep tangential component of the forces much more effective than normal component. Normal component makes deformation. Okay, now I will leave my colleague because he will a little short introduce his method that was granted by USA patent. It's a method for designing material properties of cutting different materials. So, can continue.
The patent presents new algorithms for prediction abrasive waterjet technology, and this is surface roughness created by abrasive waterjet. For example, this is very important because surface roughness is finger prints of the technology. And some new ways is important for create hybrid models and analytical model with artificial intelligence is very important for future.
Okay, so here you can see the typical sample created by this technology, by abrasive water technology. Especially, you can see a lot of striatoms created on the surface. And what's the point of this patent, or what was the point of creating this technology? So it comes out from identification of three main characteristics of materials. As you can see the equation, there is surface roughness, then we have depth of cut, and we have retardation length and angle of deviation, but it's not mentioned there. So in the moment the water jet impacts the surface, you can see it is not straight line. That's the reason why we call this technology flexible technology. In every point has this curve, this curve changing. So the point of this method was that if you have a look a little bit closer to that line, blue line, you can see that it is similar to the tensile test. I am sure every engineer has experience with stress strain diagrams and understand what's going on there. So firstly, the material behaves in linear way. It's a elastic zone, and after some time it starts to scratch, and when it reaches the strength limit, it starts to weakness and it breaks. So this curve blue is like analogy to the stress strain diagrams. Before we could continue to that hybrid model of AI, we make a lot of measurements, surface roughness measurement, because we have to identify many every surface, every millimeter at the surface of created by water jet technology. So we could use many techniques to identify the surface roughness. We started for validation of this method, use contact method, classical surf test was used, but mainly we used optical method, like it is here, optical profilometer, microprof has been used. Why it is important to mention, because if you have classical machining technologies, this will create specularly reflective surfaces. So it will be like flat and shell loss is valid there. But IIIT technology or abrasive water jet technology produce diffusely reflective ones. That's why the most suitable measurement technique for identification of surface roughness are optical methods. Here is only the process of identification single lines in horizontal and vertical lines where we got signals. Okay. Now to the very important point. So after testing so many materials, we identified 4 zones or areas. First one was initiation zone. We made a research and we found out that many researchers who are dealing with abrasive water jet technology distinguish or are neglecting this initiation zone and are only focused on the surface roughness, which is not really good. So we identified smooth zone. If you could close or if you could look at this zone B closer, you could see it's relatively flat. They are not seeing these striate zones very much. This is the point where the energy of the water stream is maximized. So it is keeping like the most effective cutting. In this zone B, we are trying to reach or to keep tangential force as much highest as possible. Then we have transition zone, is zone C. You can see that striatoms are starting to present, and the energy of this water jet stream is losing. In this case, normal force is also getting to the process. And the last one is groove zone. You can see a lot of striatons, and the surface is very damaged. And this is the aim of this AI technology, to create or to avoid creation grooved zone. There is minimum energy left for straight cut. Okay.
This is a picture about we illuminate sample surface roughness of sample, and then we catch the information by CCD camera, and the information processing by spectral analysis, and then we create topography functions. This is information about surface roughness, and about three parameters: surface roughness, retardation, and deviation. These parameters is function Young modulus of materials.
I would just say only to complete that his team and Professor Valicek was one of the first who developed the prediction equation or topographical function that it's not relying only on technical parameters, but counts also with young modulus of the material, which is really important for every technology to know how these young modulus affect any technology. It doesn't have to be also only a water jet technology. So this is only like to tell you that on one side we have physics-based models, which we are, for example, can combine with neural networks. And the important is that we have to respect physical laws, which we are learning from data patterns. So we can get prediction in very good accuracy. So these are the key advantages we have to mention. It can work even with limited database. We have 3D parameter visualization for process understanding and adaptive to new materials and condition. So, and now here is a video, because this is a prototype, first prototype. We cooperate with many industries, especially which they are making with progressive technology, and the company Microstep in Bratislava in Slovakia asked us or him to create some calculator which is AI based, so they can understand why some materials behave differently or they have problems to cut different materials. And Professor Valicek, he created that kind of calculator, which can be also downloaded and can be put in the phone. So you can also you can see what parameters must to be set up in better way. So on the left side, you can see that we have some inputs and configuration. For example, I will try to. The first step, you have to choose material, you have to choose geometry, especially the thickness of the materials. You choose length of the material. This is only an example. Then you can see visualization of forces, because the composition of forces is really important. Then you have to set up machine parameters, like, for example, orifice, nozzle ID. You can choose what kind of model you want to have. If it's hybrid model, AI powered, or you have only physical model. You can see on the right side that model is immediately calculated or recalculated the equation or algorithm. For example, in that case, we have choose neural network, or you can see again hybrid model AI powered. There are many models implemented there, I think. So you can see what was badly or correct setup. You can see discrete results of cut depth. We need to have discrete results and recommended parameters for each material. So then you can see in the visualization also you can change if you have roughness versus depth, or you have taper versus depth. So you can change it for which analysis do you need it. And this is stress strain diagrams. So, and also force analysis. Okay, just to show you. As I mentioned, tangential force must to be much more effective than normal force, because normal force creates deformation. And also there will be implemented VR, so virtual reality. It is still not implemented because it's a prototype, and we are consulting it with company what they are requesting from us. Then you can export the results in any format you wish, or if it's PDF or CFC, it doesn't matter. So okay. And on the other video, which is like continuation because it was too long, except the basic parameters. Something similar. Sorry, it was not this one. Sorry. And also, for example, there is implemented AI chat. If you have any problems, this is like repetition, what's going on there. There is a visualization of forces, discrete results, and it generates analysis. You can see there is description, what you've got. And if there will be written what you've got, and if you don't understand exactly, for example, what every parameter is, you can write, for example, explain some parameter. For example, that retardation that is connected with declination. So it will write immediately what this derivation or this abbreviation means, and at which angle it works for each pressure, for each nozzle, and so on. So as I mentioned, there is something also implemented like AI chat, so you can ask and you've got information from this model. It's a prototype. As I told you, we will implement it this year, at the end of this year, in the company Microstep in Bratislava, who were asking us to help them to optimize their machines to cut it as much as effective, because they're creating special products for army industry, or for example aerospace also, and the material which they cut doesn't behave in proper way. That's why they ask us to create it. So it's only a short video. I will jump it. So now only shortly to tell you what this, how is the connected digital twin with this technology. As I mentioned, it's a dynamic replica of physical machines. The purpose of it, we've got a real simulation of cutting parameters, and with the aim to continuously learn. So easy to say, we have to optimize it in virtual space. Repetition, because money are important today, especially for companies. After implemented some of AI-driven models, you can see some reduction of setup time from 60 minutes, which is 1 hour, nearly 1 hour, to 5 or 10 minutes maximum, which is 84%. Then, for example, as I mentioned, traverse speed has been increased, and cost reduction has been got in a really good way. So we can say that implementation of AI-powered models delivers investment of it. So that was our first purpose of me and my colleague, just to introduce you how we can practically use AI to our model. Okay, so we are on time. So just to tell you, although this technology is not new, they are used 60 years. You can see that water jet market is still continuously going up, and it will be because it's the only one technology that doesn't affect, for example, heat sensitive materials, and these technologies are mainly used, as you can see, in aerospace, electronics, construction, automotive, medical, or energy. I will not repeat it. It was mentioned before. So this is only really general information. What is our vision, or what's the vision of in future? Vision is to build smart autonomous systems, so especially zero waste factories powered by AI, supposed to be fully autonomous. Then that self-optimizing AV systems which are adapted in time, and other problems or technologies and research frontiers which they are going on. Okay, this is only a takeaway we were talking about. So if you have any question, my colleague will answer you. If not, I know this is not a problematic you are used to work with. We are not experts in AI, but we are trying to work with AI and use it to us topic. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Marta and Professor Yan, for the insightful session on Embrace the Water Jet using artificial intelligence, predictive models, and digital twins. Now we open the floor for audience questions. So if you guys have any questions, you can come.
I have questions for Professor Mark. You did an excellent job. So you didn't say you were nervous, I would have noticed. This is super interesting. My question, my number one question is, you said you're already working with a company, so is there already established machine in which you can already port the software and use this to configure and calibrate it in order to have more precise water color? Does that exist? And my second question is that you say that there is then already the bridge to the industry. So that if I wanted also to bring it to other industries, I would be able then to use your model, your pattern.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Except that we are working on other models like for laser technology. So this is not in this involved, but this model is on 85% accurate for others technology, but we are improving it because laser technology is a special technology where heat plays or energy plays a big role. So that changed situation, of course. Thank you.
Any more questions from anyone?
Professor, thank you for a very great talk. What about computing power? How much resources do you need to apply all these? So memory, and maybe you need a GPU or something else. Can you please show if it's not a secret? Any of you? Do we need a supercomputer to apply this technology? No. Just laptop or mobile phone, right?
Mobile phone. Yeah, it will be available on. It will be available as an application, free available, just for companies who are dealing with this technology. Because, for example, also he was working at the Academy of Science in Czech Republic, and they had the same problem: how to optimize, for example, cutting the glass. And also this was tried on it and it works. So it has been patented. So it is not only like blind box, but it really works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, can we please have Mr. Dr. Roman and Professor Sujala ma'am on stage for felicitating our keynote speakers?
Next month we are going to be our host. It's Inaugural, Czech Republic.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to each one of you to the prestigious Elevatix Award ceremony. Today, we come together to celebrate excellence, innovation, and leadership, honoring individuals whose exceptional work has shaped the frontiers of artificial intelligence to higher education, health sciences, and beyond.
Yes, indeed. This gathering brings together some of the brightest minds across the globe. Each awardee has shown extraordinary dedication, innovation, and vision, shaping the future of research, technology, and education.
Our first category is the AI and Data Science Impact Award, Global Summit Digital Vision. This honor recognizes exceptional contribution to the ever-evolving world of AI and data science. Mr. Satish Kumar, VE, may I please call Mr. Satish Kumar on stage to receive his award. May I please call Professor Mukul and Professor Sujala to please give him the award. And Miss Nihari Paladugu.
Congratulations to both our winners for their outstanding impact in AI and data science. Next, we celebrate those who have pushed the boundaries of knowledge with the Best Researcher Award. For that, we have Anala Venkatesh Sai Abhishek, Sandeep Kumar Tota, Sheshnag Degdawala, Prince Kumar.
Your groundbreaking research continues to inspire the global academic community. Congratulations.
Okay, next up is Breakthrough in Health Sciences. Our next honor recognizes innovation at the heart of human progress, biomedical excellence. We have our awardee, Kalol Kanti Mondal, honored for being a global biomedical pioneer.
Up next, we celebrate creativity and future-driven innovation, the minds redefining how we see technology with the Emerging Innovator of the Year award. Satish Krishna Anumula, Venkat Raman Vishwanathan.
Next, we have Excellence Awards in FinTech, AI Patents, Quantum, AI and ML. This segment celebrates outstanding innovators whose expertise ranges from FinTech to quantum and the true architects of tomorrow. We have Sukumar Reddy B. Reddy for FinTech and AI innovation, Milind Kumar Rana for Patented Innovations, Global Inventor of the Year, Balaji Krishnan for Excellence in AI Innovation, Chandrasekhar Kumban for Global Excellence in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, Raghava Chellu for Quantum Safe Cloud and Nano Secure Data Exchange.
Our next award celebrates a leader whose work exemplifies equality, inclusion, and empowerment, the Global Diversity and Inclusion Champion. May I please invite Mr. Anil Kumar Verma on the stage to receive his award. Can I have Professor Kajal ma'am and Hussain sir to please give the award?
Next up, we have Lifetime Achievement in Higher Education Awards. We now honor distinguished educators whose lifelong dedication has illuminated countless minds. We have Srinivasa Rao Kasi Somayajula for Lifetime Achievement in Higher Education, Qazi Taif Sadat for Outstanding Contribution to Higher Education.
Our next recognition celebrates innovation in manufacturing, sustainability and tech leadership, smart manufacturing and technology leadership. Krunal Patel for Smart Manufacturing Innovation Award, Aryander Tyagi, Global Technology Leader, Prateek Sharma, Retail Optimization, Anupam Agarwal, Global Green Researcher. May I now invite Mr. Anupam Agarwal on the stage to receive the Global Green Researcher Award. Let's applaud his dedication to sustainable innovation.
I would like to request Ms. Martha to come on stage and felicitate our awardee. Ms. Martha, can you come on stage? Martha. Ms. Martha, can you come on stage and felicitate our awardee?
Dr. Yan.
Okay, it's time now to honor women who are breaking barriers and inspiring new frontiers in science and research. We have Prerna Ajmani, Svetlana Bodrunova, Parul Yadav, and Diana George. Can we please have Ms. Catherine to come on stage and felicitate our awardees? A huge round of applause, please.
Next up, we have the Young Researcher Excellence Awards. This category celebrates the next generation of innovators, brilliant young researchers shaping the future. Mahadev Gawas, Mohammad Hussain, Numair bin Sharif, Arnab Saha, Bala Vignesh Vemparla, Musfikul Islam. Can I please have Mr. Mahadev on stage to receive his award? And Dr. Roman to please give it.
A round of applause, please. Can we have Ms. Prerna Ajmani on stage for taking her award? And I would like to call Mr. Ashish to come and felicitate.
Catherine, if you can please join.
So, ma'am, please stay on stage for a moment. Now we have Mr. Dennis to take award on behalf of Ms. Svetlana Bordranova. Hearty congratulations to our winners.
Next up, we have the award for Cloud Technologies for the Cloud Migration and Modernizations Champion Award. Sindhu Prabhakaran.
Next up is Youth Empowerment through Innovation. As we approach the finale, we celebrate a leader empowering youth through creativity and innovation. We have Arun Kumar Yadava, Global Summit Youth Impact Award.
Heartiest congratulations once again to all our winners for their exceptional achievements. Your dedication and passion continues to shape the future of innovation, research, and global excellence.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our gratitude to each and every one of you for being a part of this celebration. Let's continue to inspire, innovate, and impact the world positively. Thank you so much. Now, I would like all the guests to proceed to G08 for having lunch. Sports complex for having lunch. Our volunteers will guide you.
Just a second. Sorry for the intervention. I would like to call Dr. Roman Daniel, who is also the convener. Please be on the stage. We also want to felicitate him. So he's coming. He's the convener. He's one of the key figure in the he has helped in lot of activities related to the conference. So he has traveled from Seske Budovois. So we would also like to. So I would like to call Director Sir, please, if you can come. Next, we have Santoshji with us. Please, Santoshji, if you can come. So he also initiated the ICAIN in the previous communication. He was the pioneer for helping us to get the associations. Please, sir, Santoshji, please, if you can come onto the stage. I would like to call Professor Yan, please. If you can.
I would request all the guests to proceed to Sports Complex for lunch. Our volunteers will be guiding you the way. Thank you so much.
Post lunch, the sessions will start. The paper presentations will start. At 2 o'clock, the paper presentation will start. And in the meantime, we will be having networking sessions of the dignitaries separately, and the authors can also do their networking sessions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to everyone. After 5 minutes, the online presentations will start. 5 to 10 minutes. We will be starting at 3:10. So meanwhile, I request the authors to please rename their name as session number hyphen their paper ID, so that it's easy for us to open the room and if to identify the author from which particular session he is. So request just a minute. So I request the participants to rename themselves as session number hyphen their paper ID, except the session chairs and some invited speakers. I request all the participants to rename their name as session number hyphen their paper ID. So it's easy for us to shift to them to their respective rooms. In another 10 minutes, we will be shifting them into their rooms. So be here in the meeting. Lippy, kindly make the rooms and rename as session number. Room 1 as session 1, room 2 as session 2. And for offline mode, I request that you can disconnect the meeting. For offline mode, I request the sir, you can disconnect the meeting. For offline mode, I request the sir to disconnect the meeting. It is not required now.
Sir, we need to disconnect the meeting.
If we kindly open the rooms and make that author can able to shift themselves to their respective rooms and choose the rooms. Meanwhile, I request Meanwhile, I request the author to rename themselves as session number hyphen their paper ID. In another 5 to 10 minutes, the rooms will get open and you can see the pop-up menu at the topmost left. When the rooms will open, you can see the pop-up menu and you can choose your respective room. You can choose your respective session. Do not shift into another room. If then by mistake, kindly leave that room, come into the main room and then again choose the correct room. The room means the session number. So there will be 13 rooms today, 13 sessions. Room 1 means session 1, room 2 means session 2. So there will be 12 sessions today.
All the rooms are open now. All of you can move to your respective rooms.
For the session chairs, we will move them to their respective room. If they can able to see the respective room, they can move to their respective session. Room 1 means session 1, room 2 is session 2, room 3 is session 3, room 4 is session 4. Likewise, 13 rooms are created. So I request the authors to shift themselves to their respective room. The pop-up menu is shown on their screen on the top left. Maybe on the top left or maybe at the bottom. Meanwhile, I request I'm shifting the respective session chairs to the respective room. First of all, I welcome all the session chairs who are connected right now. I could not able to name all of them, but I welcome from the on the behalf of the organizing team. I welcome them because the meeting was started in the morning, but in an online mode, the session chairs were connected right away. So I'm shifting the respective session chairs to their respective rooms. So be here, be calm, be patient. In another 5 to 10 minutes, you will be shifted into a respective room. The student volunteers were requested, they can able to choose themselves to their respective room. I request the authors, do not unmute yourself because if then every author will ask, be patient, be calm, be here in the meeting. If you could not able to shift yourself, we will do it.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I'm not able to see the pop-up message regarding room. Can you please shift me to the session 6?
Please be here in the meeting.
Same here, sir.
Yeah, we will do it in another 5 to 10 minutes. Be patient, be calm. We will do it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
And to all the invited speakers who are connected right away, please be calm and please be patient. We are doing it.
Hello, sir. My session is on tomorrow. Should I join or should I quit?
You can quit it. You can leave it.
Attendance?
Yeah,
sir.
It is taken, sir.
No attendance
It
taken?
is taken, sir. It is downloaded. Yes.
Hi there. Do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please tell me which session is mine because I have no clue. I have no program at hand. And unfortunately, there's no information which room is mine. There's no names of the rooms.
What is the paper ID, ma'am?
The paper ID is 1025.
1025.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Good evening, sir.
Wait, they are answering. Wait.
Okay, okay.
Lippy, kindly move the other authors to their respective rooms. Okay.
Sir, where is the room options, sir? Sir, my paper ID is 11788.
Just be here. You will be shifted.
S11.
Just be here.
Wait.
Shwetlana ma'am, please be here in the meeting. We will shift you. Be here.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Sir, my paper ID is 504 and 716, sir. Which room I am unable to get, sir?
Sorry, I have taken the permission from the authors right now. You cannot able to unmute yourself because if we do so, then we could not able to shift you to your respective rooms. We already said, please be here in the meeting. If you could not able to see the pop-up menu, we are here to resolve the issue. But if you ask again and again, then how it's possible? Because right now, around 120 participants are connected. I cannot able to answer 120 participants at a time. So I have taken the permission from you. So be here. We are shifting to your respective room.
Sir, we did not show.
Lippy, kindly move the participants. I am moving the session chairs to their respective rooms.
Okay, sir. And the sessions that are present over here, those who have the presentations tomorrow, you may leave. The session 15, 16, and 17. Your presentations are tomorrow.
S16, you can may leave. S15, 995, S16, 1009, you may leave. Your presentation is not today. Your presentation will be on tomorrow. The session number S13, S14, S15, and S16. We are not having the presentation today. You will be having the presentation on tomorrow. So I request the authors from the session 13, session 14, 15, 16, 17 are requested to leave. Jamil sir, are you there, Jamil sir? Shruti ma'am, you are the session chair. I could not able to see your name. S13901 you can leave. S141608 you can leave. The authors from session 13, session 14, session 15, session 16, they may leave now, session 17, because today the inaugural and the keynotes are finished. Now online presentations are going to start. Your presentation is on tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
Session 14, 13, 15, 16, 17. You may leave now. There is no point of waiting over here.
Can you please share when is session 7 paper ID 616?
Yeah, it started. Your session paper, session 7.
Session 7 paper ID 616.
We are shifting to the session 7. Okay, ma'am. Rooms is being created. Dr. Ishu Sharma.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes.
So I'm one of the session chair.
Ma'am, which session is yours? Dr. Ishu Sharma. Yes, session 4. Yeah.
Yeah, session 2.
Zamil sir, are you there? You are muted right now. Dr. Kaushal Kishore. Dr. Kaushal Kishore. Kindly unmute yourself and please tell us the paper ID. I request session number 14, 15, 16, 17. Please. Kindly leave it. Actually, it's creating a confusion for us. S1. Lippy, kindly make Ritik Tyagi. You are not from S1, Ritik. You are handling session 12. आपने गलती से 7th अक्टूबर का देख लिया. You are from session 12.
सर सेशन 10 के लोग ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं, आई मीन प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं अभी क्या?
Yes, 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 yes.
ओके ओके सर.
ऋतिक को सेशन 12 में शिफ्ट कर देना. And
Okay,
yes. इम्तियाज सर, आर यू देयर? इम्तियाज सर को को होस्ट बना देना एक बार. Talkie, why you are here? Ritik, session 12. ऋतिक को मूव करा दिया.
Yes, sir. Assign कर दिया.
Zulfikar is outside.
Sir, I have joined from 2 IDs. Please transfer me to session 6 from.
Yeah, Zulfikar. Yes. इसको को होस्ट बना के जब शिफ्ट करा.
सर एक सेशन चेयर अभी आया नहीं है तो
कोई नहीं, you start with Monica ma'am is there and Deepa ma'am नहीं आई होंगी, but you start with
ओके सर।
गणेश नरेला सर भी हैं अभी फिलहाल, मैं उनको शिफ्ट करूंगा, अभी देखता हूं मैं, but you start welcoming and start the presentation because they were waiting from a long time. शिफ्ट करा दो जुल्फिकार को.
Hey, this is Rajendra Chilukala.
Yeah. I am coming to all the invited speakers. Just give me another 5 to 10 minutes because we are delayed from the time, just half an hour. So it's a new normal because in an online mode generally it happens. So we can understand the situation, but just give me another 5 to 10 minutes. Then we are handling all the invited speakers.
Yeah, I'm a session chair. Yeah.
You are the session chair. Okay, just a minute. Rajendra. Rajendra, session 8. Okay.
Sir,
Okay. Just a minute. One by one. Just a session 8. I am shifting you to session 8, Rajendra.
Okay.
sir, I am from session 6, so can you shift me there?
Manthal. Beta, kindly rename yourself. Session 6.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Kaushal Kishore, Dr. Madhura K. Please unmute yourself and tell us the paper ID. Paper ID 504 and 716.
This is, excuse me, I'm Professor Deepti Mehrotra.
Yes, sir. Myself, sir. Asad Srinivaslu from Australia, sir.
Okay. Just a minute. I can understand. Just be here.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
I'm Professor Deepti Mehrotra, session 2, I'm session chair.
Deepti Malhotra. Yes, ma'am. Shifting you. Actually, by Deepti, we cannot able to recognize.
Oh, sorry.
504. Lipi, just put a message to Zulfikar. Group में एक message डाल देना.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a minute. Just a second. Yes.
The session numbers after 12 are requested to move out of the meeting as you have the presentations tomorrow, not today. We have sessions
What time, please?
tomorrow 11:30 a.m.
Hello.
11:30 a.m.
Hello.
Abhina.
Ma'am, please guide session 17. At what time it will start tomorrow?
11:30 a.m. IST.
11:30 a.m. Okay. Ma'am, tomorrow we will get a time. Okay.
All the remaining participants are requested to rename yourselves with the session number and your paper ID.
जो authors हैं उनको आप देख लेना. Yes. S9 724.
Hi sir, can you please send me the room request for session 3?
Yeah. Session S3.
You are already assigned the room, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Sir, but I'm still there.
एक पेपर आईडी उनको शिफ्ट कर दिया है, तो ये तलाना मैम को शिफ्ट कीजिए सेशन 11 में. एक मैसेज डाल देना ग्रुप में, S11 में ये आए.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Host. This is Sukumar. I want to make sure that my background is coming because I am here for the invited speaker session.
Yes, I am.
Um,
Yeah. Do not worry. I will be shifting you in one of the session right now. But just give me another 5 to 10 minutes. Really sorry for the delay. The time is 3 o'clock, but it's little bit delayed. So I hope you can understand. Just give me another 5 to 10 minutes. We will be shifting.
Yeah, that's all.
मोहम्मद अंजर हसन सेशन 7 मोहम्मद अंजर हसन को सेशन 7 में को होस्ट बना के भेजना
Okay.
S9 724 you have been already assigned. I request to first you need to leave the meeting, or you can able to see the breakout room option on the screen at the bottom of the screen or the top of any on the screen. Can you see the pop-up menu of breakout room S9?
No, I'm not seeing any.
We have already assigned, because once we have assigned it, we cannot able to assign it again. So you need to leave the meeting again and you need to just rejoin it.
Okay.
Yeah.
सर मोहम्मद अंजर को कौन सा रूम?
7.
Okay.
I would say Dr. Kaushal Kishore, Dr. Madurai K. Can you please tell in which session you are?
Please rename yourselves as your paper ID, session number / and hyphen paper ID.
S710, S14. Natrajan, Natrajan, can you please unmute yourself and tell us the paper ID? Tell us the paper ID. Or you are the invited speaker.
Yeah, my paper ID is 724. I'm just renaming.
In which session?
Session 9.
Session 9.
Rohit, right?
Yes.
Assign him to session 9. Dr. Kaushal Kishore. Harsh Sharma.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, your paper ID.
754, sir.
In which session?
Session 10, sir.
Session 10, sir. 754 ID.
You are assigned.
Now, what is admin Atul iPhone?
Sir, I'm from session 10 with the engineer Harsh Sharma, paper ID 754.
Please move to the room you have assigned.
Please rename yourself. It is it is mandatory.
Okay.
Aditya. Aditya, kindly unmute yourself. Admin, who is admin? By the name of admin, who has joined? Yes, 7 Barbar.
Sir, it's me. 767. I'm already in the phone in the room, session 10.
Okay. You are connected from 2 devices.
Yeah, but my
Okay.
laptop, I'm not able to go to the room 10.
Okay. Okay, okay. Kindly mute it. Kindly mute it over here.
Okay.
Yes, Prateek Sharma is there. Prateek Sharma is not there. Venkataraman is not there. Balakrishnan Rao, not there. Himanshu Shah, Ranjit God, Srinivasan Rao. Sukumar Reddy. Only Sukumar Reddy is there.
Hey, hi, this is Sukumar.
Yeah.
This is Sukumar B. Reddy. My full name. Let me text you. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
able to.
Sukumar B. Reddy. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Just a minute.
I want to make sure. Can you see my video?
Just a minute. The presentation will not be here. Presentation will be in the session. And I'll tell you one thing. The presentations were going on in the particular room. You will be called in between the presentation. Then you need to give your. Okay.
Okay.
The invited. Because you are being the invited session talk. So you will be invited in the session only. Okay.
Okay.
Our student volunteer will do. Do not worry.
Okay. I just want to make sure that my camera is working.
It's perfect. It's perfect. The setup made by you is very perfect and looking very.
मूलचंद सर
Yeah.
सर ये एक सेशन में सेशन चेयर नहीं है जवाद वाले में
जवाद वाले में
Session 5.
चेयर नहीं है मधुरा के तो यहाँ पे है ही
सेशन 5
हाँ मधुरा के मैम अभी थी यहाँ पे सेशन 5
सर मैम ने साइन कर दिया है रूम वो अभी तक मूव नहीं की हैं तो
इम्तियाज
अच्छा मैम अभी कर
इम्तियाज सर को बोलो एक बार जाने के लिए इम्तियाज सर आर यू देयर
हेलो इम्तियाज लेट मी चेक सर
यस या आप एक बार चले जाइए सर वहां पे स्टार्ट करवा दीजिए पाटिल मैम ने भी ज्वाइन किया था वहां पे तो शी इज नॉट देयर अतुल वर्मा अतुल सर अनिल कुमार वर्मा सर है अतुल वर्मा सर आर यू द सेशन चेयर
Hello, I'm Dr. Gitanjali. I'm the session chair, sir.
In which room, ma'am? Yeah, in session 3.
Session 3, yes. Actually, I'm available offline. I'm sitting in a auditorium.
Assign, ma'am. Assign the room. Lippy, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Kindly put a message in a group to Nishtha.
Okay.
To Nishtha that Sukumar Reddy is joining in a group. And उनका एक presentation के बाद start कराना है. Invited talk.
So, am I in the right session here in Sukumar Reddy? Mr. Host, I want to make sure that I'm in the right session, right?
No, we will be shifting you to the session 1. And after that, our student volunteer will call you.
Okay. All right. So,
Hello.
Yes. S14 9:30 kindly leave, you have your presentation tomorrow. S17 as well, you have your presentation tomorrow.
We are shifting.
इम्तियाज सर एक बार सेशन रूम चेक कर लेना
We are shifting you to Sukumar Reddy. We are shifting you to session 1. So be there in there. You will be called for your presentation. That is for your invited
okay.
talk. You can give
Yeah.
it. Yeah. We are shifting.
Please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Could you please tell what you have to do? Actually, we just joined locally.
When you are in which session?
Yes.
Session?
My session number is 41.
Sorry, session number. Presentation. What is the paper ID?
637.
637.
Yes.
Yours is session 7. You are assigned the session 7 room. Kindly move.
Hello, madam. This is Dr. Raghavendra, the session chair for 7, actually, session number 7.
Okay. Yeah. You have already been assigned, sir. Can you see the pop-up menu on the screen? Any at the bottom of the screen or top of left? Can you see it? Because we have already assigned you. Are you able to see it?
Nothing as such, sir.
Then you need to do one thing. You just disconnect it and kindly connect on the same link. We will shift you because once we have shifted it, we cannot able to shift it again. We
Okay,
cannot.
okay.
Yeah.
We'll join, sir. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Raghavendra. Yes.
Sir, myself, Mayank Sumanshi. Sir, are there any time slots allotted to us?
What is the paper ID? Presentations are going on.
Sir, I haven't received yet because I registered it through the Google Forms.
No. What is the paper ID? Just tell me the paper ID. Just tell me the paper ID. What is the paper ID?
Sir, just a second. Sir, we haven't received the paper ID.
Sir, please guide me from where I have to connect for the session 10.
Yeah, done. Mayank, it's not possible. While I don't know if you have submitted the paper in this conference only. After submitting, you will get the paper ID. Now you are telling that there is no paper ID. So how we can able to trace you? Not possible for us.
Sir, I'm checking my system. Just a second, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, this is Dr. Srinivas.
Yes, Dr. Srinivasan, you are from which session?
Sir, no, sir, I am Awadi. Which time it will be start, sir?
Yeah, Dr. Srinivasan.
I got lifetime achievement award.
No, you are the session chair or you are the invited person? Or you are the
Awadi.
Award is already done. The timing for the award is around 2:15 p.m. Now it's 3:37. Award is already done. You are late, sir. Yeah.
Shall I leave, sir?
Yeah, you can leave.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Next 14, you have a session tomorrow.
Yes, Akash. It's Akash More. Akash, can you unmute yourself?
Sir.
Yes.
So my email said that my presentation is on the 7th of October. So as of now, I should stay here only in this room.
No, you can leave. You can leave.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Sir, I just checked my mail. I had received the mail that my presentation schedule is of 3:30 p.m. at 6 October IST.
What is the paper ID? Just tell me the paper ID.
Sir, actually, I had uploaded a presentation PPT via online mode through the Google form, and then I got a mail that my
Are
PPT
you
has been
the
selected for offline
InnoStorm
mode.
participant?
Hello?
Are
Yes?
you the InnoStorm participant?
Yes, I am a participant.
You will be moved to the room soon. Kindly wait here only.
Okay, thank you.
Mayank, can you see the room 13 named InnoStorm? If you can, kindly move to the room.
Ma'am, I can't
Hi.
see them. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I can see.
Yes, kindly move.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Himanshu.
Yeah, hi, this is Himanshu here. I have my presentation at 4 p.m.
Okay.
IST.
Himanshu Shah.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Yes, the presentation is at around 4, and it's in session 5.
Okay. So where should I go? This is the link
Yeah,
that I was sent.
yeah, we will be shifting to you session
Okay.
5,
I just got it.
and yeah, over there the presentations were going on. The authors' presentations were going on, and
Okay.
we will be informing our student volunteer. He will call you and he will welcome you.
Hmm.
Then you need to give the presentation. Okay, sir.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
will be shifting you session 5. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks.
फिफ्थ में कौन है सवाल? Yes. एक बार ध्यान देना लिपि, यहाँ पे मैं जरा मैसेज ड्रॉप कर रहा हूँ.
हाँ जी. Priyansh Sharma, may I know your paper ID? Priyansh, kindly unmute yourself.
इस कौशल, ये कौशल किशोर उसमें है क्या? इनस्ट्रॉम में है क्या?
Just checking, sir.
गुरमीत सर ने ज्वाइन कर लिया। गुरमीत सर को सेशन 4 में भेजना है। आपको सेशन 4 में भेज रहे हैं सर, प्रेजेंटेशन चल रही है।
Assigned, sir.
तिलकावती शंकरन, ये सेशन 2 में जाएंगे। काइंडली अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ। Tilakavati, maybe pronouncing a wrong name, I'm really sorry for that. Shankaran, yes, kindly unmute yourself.
Hi.
Yeah, hello. Right now, presentations were going on, so we will be shifting you to room 2, that is session 2. So there may be one of the presentation will be going on. After that presentation, our student volunteer will welcome you and will call you for your talk. So we'll be shifting you to the session 2. Okay, thank you. Dr. Kaushal Kishore, kindly unmute yourself. Dr. Kaushal Kishore, please unmute yourself. Otherwise, we need to remove you. Hello. Harshit Singh, what is the paper ID? Harshit Singh Kalsi, what is the paper ID, beta?
Hello, good afternoon, sir. I am 450.
And 450. Do you know the session?
Session 4.
Session 4. Yeah, shifting to the session 4. Narsimha Vanapati, are you the session chair or the paper presenter?
Actually, I have a talk tomorrow.
Okay.
I
Oh,
just
tomorrow.
want to,
No,
yeah, I just joined to see the proceedings and all. That's all.
Actually, for the invited person, we have joined them to the respective timings. Now, inaugural and
Okay.
keynote has already happened, and some of the person are doing the invited talk. We are shifted to the respective rooms. So you are having tomorrow. You can join on tomorrow. We have already provided you the link.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you.
Thank गरिमा मैम, आपको पॉपअप दिखाई दे रहा होगा आई थिंक, या नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है? For going into the respective breakout room. Kevin A, kindly unmute yourself. Kevin A, kindly unmute yourself. You are the Inostrom presenter.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please send me to session 7? Actually, my internet